Hello, everybody. It's Evolve into Wellness with Dr. Debbie, Evolve Global 22's Healing Light Studio, where we heal in our divine light and live in our power. We are just getting set up here. And let me see. How is everybody doing tonight? Let's get our chat going. How is everybody tonight? How's everybody feeling? I hope you have had a wonderful day filled with peace, love, and light. So tonight is Tuesday. Tuesday, as you know, is Healing in Real Life. And we have a really, really, really important topic tonight. And it's not going to be only discussed in the traditional sense. So there's some perspective that I'm going to give that likely will be the first time you've heard it here at Evolve Global. So tonight's topic is inflammation, and it's the silent inflammation is the silent warning system, or the silent problem within our body, mind, soul, and spirit. And we're going to approach this subject in all four: body, mind, soul, and spirit, four of those areas. And when we specifically talk about the soul and the spirit, I don't think that you will likely have heard the perspective that we have here at Evolve Global 22. So tonight, as you know, last night was Monday. We did mindful moments and microlearning, the science of the sacred. And I forgot to do our opening mantra and our opening breath work. So quickly, let's get in this moment together. Remember how we do this? It's 3 breaths, in through the nose, slowly out through the mouth, and we release. We push everything away with our hand. So let's do that together. Let's breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. Push all those emails, stress, anxiety, conversations, negativities, anything that bothered you throughout today or in your past. Just blow it out with that life breath. And remember, when you breathe, your belly should pop out when you inhale. Do not suck your belly in. So let's do number 2. Breathe in and push everything away. Release, breathe out. Number 3, let's go. Last time. Breathe in and push everything, breathe out. Now that we are cleared and we are in the moment, you can do that any time of day, any moment, wherever you may be. Just take a break by yourself and do that little release, and it works wonders. So now our opening mantra, I forgot that last night too. I was so excited to get into our book. I forgot this. So repeat after me. Let's start with our opening mantra. I rise in truth. I breathe in healing. I walk in wholeness. I am perfectly imperfect, and I evolve through love, light, and purpose. One more time with our opening mantra. I rise in truth. I breathe in healing. I walk in wholeness. I am perfectly imperfect, and I evolve through love, light, and purpose. And now let's take and put our right hand. Well, you can put either hand, but I use my right hand. Put your right hand over your heart. Take a moment. With your inner voice, I want you to make the intention to connect with your heart. So let's take a moment. Remember your inner voice. I connect with my heart. And just keep your breathing steady. Wonderful. So now that we have released all the debris from today, we have done our little breath work exercise, got the oxygen to the brain, and we have connected with our hearts. So we've connected with self, also with source, the creator of all that is. The seed of God is in the heart. So now we are ready to begin. Tonight's topic, let me get my notes. Tonight's topic is inflammation, and the goal of tonight is to understand inflammation, what it is, why it happens, and how to heal it in today's world. But Evolve Global, we have a unique perspective on inflammation when it comes to beyond the physical body. So stay tuned. If you are with me now, stay all the way through, because I want you to hear that perspective. I don't think you've likely not heard it anyplace else. Remember, the chat is on. You can see it on the screen. I will watch and respond live as I can, so feel free to put comments. And remember, I'm going to put our website, Global, in the chat. Please make sure to visit us. www.evolveglobal22usa.com. The website has everything. Our boutique is there with all of our products. I have resources there for you. Our service packages are there. So make sure to check it out. But now tonight, let's get into this topic. So first of all, what is inflammation? Now, everybody says, basically likely has a general understanding, but let's talk about it. What is inflammation? Inflammation simply is your body's alarm system. It's the way your body protects and repairs you. There are two types of inflammation. There's good inflammation, which is acute inflammation, and that's the body's rescue system. It's the body's rescue team. When you get a cut, sprain your ankle, or face an infection, white blood cells rush to the site, heat increases to fight microbes, fluid builds to protect the area, redness appears from increased blood flow, and swelling forms to stabilize the injury. This is the army of protectors responding exactly as they should. Good inflammation is your body sending the first responders to the scene to save you. This type of inflammation is fast, targeted, intelligent, and healing. Now let's talk about bad inflammation or chronic inflammation. Bad inflammation or chronic inflammation is the silent internal fire. This is when inflammation does not shut off. When the rescue army keeps fighting, even though there is no cut, no injury, and no threat. Chronic inflammation is silent, systemic, long-term, exhausting, and destructive. Your body behaves as if the entire system is wounded. So what's the result of that? It leads to fatigue, pain, digestive issues, hormonal imbalances, autoimmune disease and flare-ups, brain fog, mood issues, chronic illness. So good inflammation heals and bad inflammation harms. And most people, get this, most people don't know they're living in the harmful kind. It's silent until it becomes a big problem. So why is chronic inflammation, the bad inflammation, why is it everywhere today? It's because the modern world is designed to inflame us. The modern world, modern life keeps the alarm system on. Constant stress, processed foods, lack of sleep, overstimulation, environmental toxins, constant noise and pressure, disconnection from nature. Those are just a short list of some examples of why the alarm system is always on. Your body was built for short stress, natural food, rest, movement, community, sunlight, and meaning. But today it receives the opposite, day after day after day after day. So the immune system acts like we're under attack. It's like in a stay ready stance. And the white blood cell army never goes home. Now, the question is, how does conventional medicine approach inflammation? How does the conventional medical system approach inflammation? Conventional medicine does an excellent job at infections, broken bones, dangerous fevers, heart attacks, acute emergencies. But with chronic inflammation, it often becomes prescriptions for symptoms. Quote, your local labs look normal. Quote, it's probably stress. Quote, we'll keep an eye on it. They treat the cut, but chronic inflammation has no cut to point to. So what's the issue? They silence the alarm, but don't ask why it's ringing. Now let's talk about functional and holistic medicine approaches to inflammation. Holistic medicine asks, why is the immune system overreacting? What is triggering danger signals? What in the mind, body, emotions, or spirit is out of alignment? What's happening with the gut? 70% of immunity lives in the gut. How stressed is the nervous system? Functional and holistic medicine approaches ask, what does the person's lifestyle look like? What emotional wounds or energetic blockages exist? What dosha or your constitution or your body type in Ayurvedic medicine imbalance is present. Holistic medicine looks at the whole human, mind, body, soul, spirit, energy. Now, this is exactly what we do here at Evolve Global 22 with the power of 3. We integrate energy medicine, which calms the nervous system, clears energetic stagnation, and releases emotional pressure. We use Ayurveda medicine to balance the doshas or your body constitution or body type, strengthen digestion, regulate lifestyle, and restore natural rhythms. We use herbal medicine to provide natural anti-inflammatory support, nourishment, and repair. Holistic healing helps the immune system finally stop fighting imaginary threats. So let's talk for a moment about real life signs of chronic inflammation, the bad inflammation. This is, again, a short list, but big ones. Fatigue, brain fog, joint pain, bloating, headaches, mood swings, anxiety and depression, hormonal imbalances, skin issues, insomnia, autoimmunity, weight that won't move, feeling off for years. These are not random symptoms. They are communications. Your body's communicating to you. So let's talk about what causes chronic inflammation. The silent alarm is triggered by, first, let's talk physical, processed foods, sugar, pesticides, hidden infections, dehydration, poor sleep, and gut imbalance. Let's talk about the emotional triggers: stress, trauma, suppressed emotions, fear, perfectionism, resentment, and burnout. Now let's talk about some lifestyle triggers: sitting too much, overstimulation, no boundaries, rushing, too much screen time, lack of nature, and chronic overwhelm. These confuse the immune system so it acts as if everything is a cut. Now let's talk about how to reduce inflammation, and this is our approach here at Evolve Global 22. We want and we strive to calm the nervous system and the energy system. So we use grounding, we use breath work, we use meditation, we use energy clearing, chakra alignment, and rest and regulation. Those are a few. Next, we support the physical body. Anti-inflammatory foods. Food is your medicine. Warm, digestible meals, hydration, daily movement, better sleep rhythm. And then we use herbal supports: turmeric and black pepper, ginger, holy basil, lemon balm, rosemary, nettle, chamomile. I could go on and on. These help, all of these together help the immune system shift out of emergency mode. Now, here is the part that is unique to our perspective here at Evolve Global. And this is, we're going to talk about inflammation of the mind, soul, and spirit. So just stick with me for a minute, and we're going to talk about this. Inflammation of the mind. The mind I want you to think about this and reflect upon this. The mind becomes inflamed when it is overwhelmed, overstimulated, stuck in fear, replaying old stories, overthinking every detail, pushing for perfection, and spiraling in self-doubt. This creates mental heat, quote unquote, that signals danger to the body. When the mind burns, the body follows. Let me say that again. When the mind burns, the body follows. Now, let's talk about inflammation of the soul. The soul becomes inflamed when we hold in emotions, betray our boundaries, live out of alignment, silence our truth, stay in draining environments, carry unhealed wounds. A soul inflamed feels heavy, restless, disconnected, numb, or lost. A soul on fire feels like a life out of rhythm. Now let's talk about inflammation of the spirit. The spirit becomes inflamed when we disconnect from source, the one creator of all that is, God. We stop listening to intuition. We live with spiritual exhaustion. We lost trust in our path. We forgot our purpose. We feel spiritually dry or depleted. Spiritual inflammation causes confusion, emptiness, and loss of clarity, and weakened inner strength. When the spirit dims, the whole energy field becomes inflamed. The Evolve Global 22 truth. Mind inflammation triggers emotional inflammation. Soul inflammation triggers energetic inflammation. And spirit inflammation triggers physical inflammation. This is why healing must be a whole person healing. So let's put this into a little bit of perspective and talk about a couple of quick examples. So it's pretty easy to understand and to think about inflammation in the body, right? Good inflammation versus bad inflammation. The only thing that I want to pound home regarding the bad inflammation or chronic inflammation is the heart and the basis of almost, if not all, chronic illness is inflammation. Now, you don't have to believe me just because I say the words. You can go and you can find for yourself, and there is science, physicians, and everybody's talking about this. So it's not something that cannot be substantiated. Go and seek proof for what I just said. Inflammation is the foundation or the root cause of all, if not most, if not all, chronic illness. But when we talk about the soul and the spirit, if you think about it just for a moment, and I talk a lot about being connected with source, which is the creator of all that is, God. I talk about being connected with yourself, with others, meaning humanity, and the universe as a whole. And there are so many things in life and in modern living that disconnects us from all of those things, distances us, and then disconnects us. And the thing about it is most of us don't even realize it until we start having challenges and struggles. So when we talk about living out of alignment, silencing our truth, when we talk about carrying unhealed wounds, those are things that hold us down, hold us back. When I use the word inflammation of the soul, that's what I'm talking about. Those things that become blockers, that become hurdles, things that hurt us internally, hurt us in a way that we have trouble figuring it out because it's not thought of in this perspective. When you talk about inflammation of the spirit, and let's talk about disconnection from source. Well, all of Western philosophy is based upon separation from God, i.e., religion. Now, I'm not talking necessarily about religion here, but most people equate God with a religion. So if everything is working to disconnect us there, why are we so surprised that we have inflammation, so to speak, of spirit? Why is it that we find it surprising that we feel empty or we've lost clarity? All of those things are inflammation of the spirit. So at Evolve Global 22, and what I'm talking about is the whole you. When you talk about the mind, the body, the soul, and the spirit, within the context of inflammation, there are signs that I just laid out for you regarding how you can tell. So let's sum it up, for example, on that. Inflammation is the language of the body, a message, not a malfunction. Our body gives us messages. The question is, do we have the information to know? And are we informed? And then are we awake enough and able to step out of our fear or whatever's holding us back to do something about it? Good inflammation is the white blood cell army rushing to protect you. Bad inflammation is the same army fighting a battle that doesn't exist. In today's world, inflammation doesn't just live in the body. It burns in the mind through overwhelm, in the soul through misalignment, and in the spirit through disconnection. I'm going to say that again. This summary is so important. Let's just listen to this one more time. In today's world, inflammation doesn't live in the body. It burns in the mind through overwhelm, in the soul through misalignment, and in the spirit through disconnection. Now, if you think about that for a moment, are we surprised that we have all of the chronic illness that we have all the mental health issues that we have people that are just struggling and hurting? And we're not talking about a small group of people. We're talking about masses of people. We hear it every day. We see it every day. Are we surprised? Conventional medicine treats symptoms. Holistic healing asks, why is the alarm ringing? When you calm your nervous system, nourish your body, release emotional pressure, listen to your soul, and reconnect with your spirit, the alarm quiets. The immune system stands down, the inflammation softens, and the body remembers how to heal. Healing is not about fighting your body, it's about creating alignment so your body no longer needs to cry out. Now, as we wrap this live stream up tonight was a short, quick one, but so important. When clients come to me, and what we do here at Evolve Global 22 is we address the mind, the body, the mind, the soul, and the spirit. So first, we address the whole person. We use energy medicine, Ayurveda medicine, and herbal medicine. When the first thing that we do when we work together is we do an Ayurvedic body assessment so that we know your dominant body constitution. And then we create a plan. And the plan includes every aspect that we just talked about. The plan includes things that are going to help your body, mind, soul, and spirit. And it includes helping you to it addresses lifestyle issues, lifestyle challenges. How are you living now? And what can we look at to change over time to be able to help you to have a lifestyle, not only eat in alignment with your body type, but live in a lifestyle that is in alignment with that. We use energy medicine to clear out all the debris, the chakra system and the meridian systems and all of the systems in your body, the energetic systems. We clear those out and we restore it with divine energy. We use herbal medicine to be able to, for you to have a defense system, to build up your defense system. Food is your medicine, or can be your medicine. And God has put a cure for every disease. We just don't know. We're out of tune and out of touch, and we don't know what it is. We can't figure it out. We think it's all, hokey pokiness now. People want a pill. Pills do not solve the issues when you're talking about what we're facing in chronic illness. Pills mask. They don't solve the problem. So that gives you a little bit to know what we do here at Evolve Global 22 to deal with inflammation and many, many other issues. So that is our topic tonight. If anybody has any questions, you can, or comments, please type it in the chat now. But what I want to do now is I want to do our closing mantra. So again, hand over your heart, repeat after me. I honor my journey. I release what no longer serves me. I am energy. I am light. I am love. Together we heal. Together we evolve. And on that note, folks, my friends, I'm going to say good night. May many blessings, peace, love, and light shower you. Rewatch this video if you, this live stream in video form. So important. The perspective on inflammation of the soul and spirit is critical. And the information regarding acute and chronic inflammation, good and bad inflammation, and the silent one, which is the chronic one, that is plaguing humanity and causing many, if not all of the chronic illnesses that we see, including cancer. Think about it. And I will see you tomorrow night. Remember, this week in the US, Thursday is a holiday. We won't be on a live stream Thursday night, but I will be here tomorrow. And again, peace and light to all of you.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. It is Monday, and I'm back. Evolve Global 22, Evolve into Wholeness. This is Evolve Global 22's Healing Light Studio. We come on live every weeknight, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The message is live in your power, heal in your divine light, live in your power. And we have a theme for every night. It is a place that is sacred. This is a place that is safe, where we learn from each other and we grow and evolve together. We heal in our community of light. And just to remind you, Mondays are Mindful Moments Micro Learning. We are exploring the book, The Science of the Sacred, Bridging Global Indigenous Medicine Systems and Modern Scientific Principles. And we are going to get into that in a moment. Tuesdays are Healing in Real Life. We talk about challenges. We talk about successes. We talk about big wins, small wins, big losses, small losses. We talk about whatever it comes up and is in the moment for any of us, myself or you. Sometimes I talk about my own personal experiences. Sometimes I talk about clients that I've worked with and things that they've dealt with. And then I'm hoping one day, hello, Steph, how are you? Thank you for joining tonight. As all of you can see, I have my chat overlay here so I can actually see the chats while I'm talking. I hope I don't miss anyone. But as I was saying, Tuesday nights are Healing in Real Life. Wednesday are Threads of Trinity. We crochet and knit together. Or if you don't crochet and knit, you could start. Or if you have another creative talent that you do, you can come and do it with us here. Creativity is healing. And then Thursday is Light Talk and Spirit Flow. We talk about spirituality. It is not about a specific religion, although religion can come into it. I talk a lot about the 3 Abrahamic religions. I talk a lot about other philosophies that I have kind of dabbled in a little bit. And then Friday is Wellness Drop-In, and we launch into the weekend with intention and purpose. Let me just, before I forget, let me just make sure that I tell you, this week in the US, it is Thanksgiving. So this week, Thursday, we will not be live. So Thursday night, we're taking off, but we will be here on Friday. So just be reminded, Thursday is a holiday here in the USA. So we will not be live this Thursday. Now, I have put in the chat, I encourage every single one of you to visit our website, www.evolveglobal22usa.com. I also encourage you to visit my Facebook page, Circle of Light. The link is in the chat for you. Join. I just realized tonight that on the page, I can't live stream to it yet because there's not enough followers there. I started that not too long ago as a branch off of my profile on Facebook. So that's what that's about. Now, this week, tonight is micro learning, and we're going to talk about our book, The Science of the Sacred. Now, we're going to do a review, just a short little review of the introduction and chapter 1. But chapter 2 is tonight, and it's called The Natural Geneticist. And the quote that it starts with, I love quotes. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. And that was attributed to Charles Darwin. So keep that quote in mind, but let's just kind of review, and let me get my notes because, I can't remember all this stuff off the top of my head. So let's just talk a minute. And I am working on Mindful Moments book companion series. I'm going to do one of these for every book or document or whatever we explore on Monday nights. In the future, they'll be prepared when we start. I'm preparing this kind of as I go, and I'm going to put it up later for anybody who wants it. But anyways, let's talk about the introduction. Okay, so in the introduction, and I'm going to just talk about some important key points, highlights, just to remind us. So some ideas that were emphasized in the introduction was everything is connected. Indigenous medicine sees the human being as part of a larger web. Nature, animals, seasons, land, spirit, community, all influence our health. Modern science traditionally looks at parts in isolation. So this book aims to bring those two views together. Number two, an emphasis is indigenous science is real science. Indigenous healers observe plants, people, cycles, patterns, etc. for millennia. This is empirical knowledge passed down through stories, ceremony, practice. Many plant medicines and healing rituals have been backed up by new scientific research, but indigenous communities knew this long before the labs ever proved it. 3, another important point, Western science is powerful, but incomplete. We have all the tools, the MRI machines, microscopes, all that stuff, but science misses spirituality, meaning, emotional and community healing, relationship with nature, and energetic principles. This book argues that healing improves when both systems are respected. And number 4, a big point was in the introduction, colonialism disrupted indigenous medicine. And then 5, healing must be holistic. A person cannot be healed by focusing on only one piece. Indigenous medicine looks at the body, the mind, the spirit, the soul, the community, land, lifestyle, purpose. This is the approach that we use at Evolve Global 22 and what all of our work embodies. The power of 3 is aligned with this worldview. And I'm going to, later on, I think tonight, I want to just give you a brief example of what it looks like when I actually have a client come to me. So let's look at, so that's the introduction. Let's see. So some learning points from the introduction. Healing is a whole system journey, not a single technique. The body has an ancient intelligence. We must learn how to listen again. Reconnection is medicine. Disconnection is disease. Ancient wisdom plus modern science is the future of healing. That's a big one. Ancient wisdom and modern science equals the future of healing. Another big one, and I've been saying this in many ways for quite some time. You are the healer of your life, not the system, not the world, not the circumstances. Now, so that kind of just gives you a reminder of the summation of the introduction. Now let's do the same thing for chapter 1, just to remind us. Chapter 1 is entitled The Natural Physicist. Now, in chapter 1, some of the points that were emphasized were indigenous peoples understood natural forces deeply. They studied movement, balance, flow, energy, and cycles, the core pillars of physics. Now, my question that just popped into my head is, if that is the case and it's the core pillars of physics, then why do we as human beings have such an issue sometimes with energy and energy healing and the flow of energy within the human body? That's a question for thought. Number 2 that was emphasized in chapter 1, nature's patterns mirror the human body. Blockages, stagnation, flow, heat, cold, pressure, they all exist inside us and outside us. Next, balance is the foundation of health. Balance in nature, balance in body. Imagine for a second if we didn't have balance in nature, for example, or think of places or issues that we're facing now in modern times, environmental issues where things are not in balance, and what is happening. So there's something to that. Keep that in mind. The next thing, healing requires realignment with nature. When we restore relationship with land, breath, rhythm, and cycles, we heal. So the overall message of chapter 1 was nature operates through laws of flow, balance, and relationship. Humans are part of these laws, not separate from them. So illness arises when we fall out of alignment with these natural forces. Healing happens when we return to rhythm, balance, flow, intuition, seasonality, natural cycles, and the energy of land. The natural world is the blueprint for human healing. And then let's just quickly talk about some learning points that I either brought up or I would like to emphasize to make them clear. Natural forces shape your health. Energy medicine works with flow, stagnation, grounding, alignment. The same physics indigenous peoples observed. People learn that symptoms are not random. They're signals of imbalance or blocked energy. Next, rhythm and routine restore body balance. Why does this matter? Because we are striving to stabilize our mood, digestion, and energy, and that is done through energy and balancing it and clearing out stagnant energy and the simple rhythms of energy. And then 3, disconnection is the root of many chronic issues. I don't even think I have to say anything about why that's important, because look at the chronic illnesses that we're dealing with today. It's incredible the number of chronic illnesses and disease that there are no answers or solutions for that exist, and how many people are actually suffering. Next, nature is a living teacher and medicine. Healing is returning to flow. So that was chapter 1. Now, let's talk about chapter 2 for tonight. We did a quick review. Let's talk about chapter 2. Now, remember that quote, which we started with, which begins chapter 2. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. And that's attributed to Charles Darwin. Now, I'm going to read one small excerpt, which is the very last paragraph of the chapter, and then I'm going to do a simplified version. And because I think it will, this chapter tends to be a little bit sciencey. So I want to give you a perspective before we do the simplified version. So let's just take a listen for a minute. We humans have 23 paired chromosomes, 46 chromosomes per cell in our bodies. It is estimated that we have 37.2 trillion cells in our bodies. This means a heck of a lot of total paired chromosome repeats in our bodies that control everything from our hair color to how we process vitamin D, to how well we break down a pesticide that was sprayed on the apples we eat. If you can understand more about your susceptibilities to everyday life, not necessarily to disease per se, although that is possible to a certain extent, through either modern functional genetic assessments or through traditional constitutional typing, it will help guide you through this world in a way that will support your genetic expression, prompting happy and healthy epigenetic changes. We're going to talk a little bit about that, so don't worry. From the type of food you eat to the relaxation you achieve to the extra support you might utilize, having a basic understanding of your constitution and accepting it both mentally and physically will enable the next steps in health and well-being to be catered more specifically to you. Remember, your genes are not your destiny, but they are your tendency. And you therefore have the power to work with this tendency only as far as you have the knowledge and the awareness to proceed. And one of my goals is to promote and increase that knowledge. Remember when I started the live stream 2-3 weeks ago, I said knowledge is power, and that's why Monday nights we do this. But now let me read you a simplified version of chapter 2. And this is very short. The simplified versions, I only do a couple paragraphs. And then we'll go into a summary, and then we'll talk about it. This chapter reminds us that indigenous peoples understood genetic patterns and inheritance long before Western science named DNA. They watched how traits traveled through families. They noticed how certain illness repeated. They saw how trauma and stress could echo across generations. And they also saw how strength, resilience, intuition, and gifts were inherited too. Most importantly, they understood that genes are not fixed. Environment, ceremony, land, connection, diet, community, healing, and spirituality can all influence how a trait expresses itself. Today, modern science calls this epigenetics. Indigenous wisdom simply lived it. The heart of this chapter is that you inherit more than biology. You inherit stories, patterns, strengths, wounds, wisdom, and memory. And your healing today can reshape what is passed forward tomorrow. Your lineage shapes you, but you also shape your lineage. Now, the summary of chapter 2, the natural geneticist. Chapter 2 explains how indigenous peoples understand genetics, as I said, long before DNA science existed. Through generations of observation, land connection stories, experience, which was lived, indigenous communities recognize the following: inherited traits, repeated patterns, ancestral strengths, ancestral wounds, intergenerational trauma, intergenerational resilience, environmental influence on health. They understood that a person's biology is shaped by lineage, land, lifestyle, emotion, and spirituality. Now, just a thought again that just popped into my head after reading that one line. They understood that a person's biology is shaped by lineage, land, lifestyle, emotion, and spirituality. The first thing that popped into my mind was mental illness and the mental health crisis that we have going on, particularly to the West, but it's really worldwide. But the West, it's really, really predominant. Think about that. Indigenous healers practice what modern science now calls epigenetics, the idea that environment and experience turn genes on and off, influencing what gets passed down. The chapter shows that genetics is not fixed, it is influenced by how we live, heal, and relate to the world. Now, let's just pause for a moment from my notes and let's think about that. So we have all these, let's put it into some real world context. So we have all of these chronic diseases, for example. Now, the past belief, or I don't know how many years ago, early in medicine, I guess, but not too long ago, and still, it still exists and it's still there. It was always bad genes. Oh, you got bad genes. You were unlucky. It was passed down through the genes. And they said this for the longest time about all sorts of different illnesses, heart disease, diabetes, many of the common chronic illnesses that we see, cancer today. This was the predominant theme. Well, it's not correct. It's not accurate. Genes do not determine your future. Yes, you can be predispositioned for certain things. Yes, that's accurate. However, how many people should that be? And how many diseases should that be? I mean, the health crisis and chronic illness in particular that we see, and cancer and all the things that we see that are common now. How can it be that many people just have bad genes? It can't be. In my mind, it can't be. What do you think, Steph? Did I catch you off guard? That's okay. But it can't be. It can't be that everybody has bad genes, or that a majority of the people have bad genes. So you think about it within the context of common chronic illnesses, cancer. Then you go to the mental health side of things, and same idea. Oh, thank you, Steph. Thank you. Um, the same idea, mental health. Yes, there are some mental health issues that, perhaps can run in families, or et cetera, whatever. I don't know if you say it's genes or whatever it is, but not to the extent that we see it. Not to the extent that we see it. It can't be that many people are struggling with their mental health and it's passed down from generation to generation by genes or bad genes. So it goes across not only mental health, the common chronic illnesses, etc. Steph says your environment, what you eat, etc., affects your health, mental, physical, DNA. Yes, you're absolutely correct, Steph. Thank you for bringing that out. Absolutely. I was reading something the other day, and I can't go into detail on this because I don't have it in front of me, but based upon stress, the environment, stress, toxins, what we eat is a big, huge one, and what's in our food and actually what we eat. It can actually change it actually changes your cells. And that's and I believe that was in regards to something I was reading about cancer, that somebody was speaking about cancer. But just think about that. Like it's excuse me. If we know this, which many of us may not realize this, because also in our modern day life of we just want quick results, we just want to be entertained all the time, we just want quick sound bites of information. um we really, and then we're not being told by people in various fields, in medicine and science and wherever, we're not being told as much. Like the common person, they just don't go around and they find opportunities or people in these fields to tell them the truth about some things, unless they have a problem and they're seeking out something. They probably have never heard of some of this. So it's really it's really important that we educate ourselves and we build an understanding, because some of the things all of the things actually that we talk on here, I never knew any of this back in the day. Nobody ever told me, no doctor ever told me any of this. uh no, in school I never learned any of this. Even when I was in when because I took all the coursework to be an LPN, a licensed practical nurse, and even in nothing was ever said, and that wasn't that long ago. I mean, it was in the history of the world. That was what, maybe 30 years ago. So nobody ever. This was some of the things that we talk about here. You, I never heard of it. That's why I'm bringing it up. That's why I do what I do. But so chapter 2. Let's get back to chapter 2. So the overall message in chapter 2 is your lineage influences you, but it does not confine you. You carry memory, strength, wisdom, and possibility. Your healing choices today. Listen to this. Your healing choices today can rewrite patterns, interrupt trauma, strengthen resilience, influence future generations, honor the ancestors who couldn't heal. You are not the product of your lineage. You are also the healer of it. So I have some questions. Okay, Steph, hold on. I want to see this. A doctor once told me that they prescribe pills because people don't listen when they tell them what to do naturally. You know, that's pills are easier. Yeah, no, I believe that. I believe that. One example of that is, do you remember back in the day, Steph, when basically you go to the doctor, if you took your kids to the doctor or you went to the doctor, you got antibiotics very easy for everything. Do you, like, I remember that with my own kids and with myself when I was younger. And now they don't, because it's not good to take antibiotics like that, because then they won't work when you actually really need them. But trying to, at that time, I remember standing in doctor's offices with my kids and parents wanting antibiotics for their kids because they knew that was the answer. And they were madder than fire because the doctor would not, after doctors figured this out, they wouldn't prescribe them that way anymore. And parents were mad, so mad. And they would argue and they would fuss and all sorts of stuff. But yeah, I want to say something, Stephanie, about that pills are easier. That's something that is really, really important for all of us to recognize and think about. Yeah, you know why it's easier? Because if you have a symptom, you take a pill, the symptom almost immediately goes away. Not in everything, but generally, the symptom goes away. But the question is, is the problem solved? And the definitive answer to that is no. But the problem with us as human beings is we want the answer yesterday. And when we're ill, or when we don't feel well, or when we have a pain, or whatever it is, we want it gone yesterday. And we're oftentimes not willing to go through the process to figure out really what the problem is. And I tell you, when I get a new client, and we start working together, I tell them it's a bandage. You're right, it's just a Band-Aid. When I get a new client, I tell them, listen, when we start, after we do the assessments, after we do everything we do, and I get all the information and we devise a plan collaboratively, then what happens is I say, listen, it's going to get worse before it gets better. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Because, for example, I'll give an example. If you have been eating terribly for 20 years, your body's toxic, not only from the toxins that it gets in the environment and everything that we have to be around or that we consume that's in our food, but then we actually put toxins in our body because we think that we can't go without the Doritos, this food, the bread, the whatever it is, whatever food that it is. So we stuff ourselves with all of that toxicity, and then your body becomes toxic. Then you start getting rashes, and you're sick, and you have inflammation, and you have aches and pains, and you're sick off and on all the time, whatever's going on. When you start to clear out, when you are doing something about it, so I'm working with somebody, and yes, addiction stuff. When we're working on issues and we have a plan in place and we're going through, the body will detox itself, just like with addiction to a drug. It'll detox itself as long as you continue the process and you don't keep feeding that, right? As it detoxes, what happens? The rashes get worse because the toxins are coming out into your skin, to the surface of your skin. So the rash is going to get worse before it gets better. The inflammation is going to start healing itself, which means it's going to get more inflamed likely before it starts actually healing, because again, the toxins are there, they're clearing out. So that's why when you start anything like this, if you've ever done a detox, or if you've ever done anything regarding changing drastically your eating or anything that you do, for about a week, sometimes 3 days, sometimes 3-4 days, week, usually it doesn't go much beyond 2 weeks, you're just miserable. Not only physically, but then you talk about mentally. You're tired, you're run down, you can't move, you have no energy, so it's not only physical, it's also mental. Then it's emotional, because now you got all these things going on and you're like, oh my God, I don't feel, this is terrible. So then it goes into emotional. So it affects and impacts everything, every component of us. So I always share with my clients, it's going to get worse before it gets better. But back to the whole idea of the pill, of taking a pill is easier. That's part of the reason why, because people won't, or as human beings, we don't want to be uncomfortable. That's the bottom line. We don't want to be uncomfortable. Why, if you have a drug addiction, if somebody has a drug addiction, why is it that most people go back and take the drug? They can't make it through the detox, especially on their own. It's really, 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 really uncomfortable. So that's something to think about. And until we can get ourselves beyond that kind of mindset, then we can't really truly heal. And this, not only, we it's easier to understand it when it's you're talking about food, but then when you go into your emotional and mental health and you're talking about the things that are inside that are holding that are toxic to you, but you don't even really realize it because they're not tangible things. It could be past trauma, it could be a lot of things. So working through that, it's the same idea, it's just a different aspect of yourself. So I want to ask, I want to give us, let me get back to our book. I want to ask us to consider some reflection questions. So the first one is surrounding family patterns. What patterns have you seen repeat across your family line? I can tell you in mine, um, in mine, uh, addictive behaviors, I would say obesity. Those are the two big ones. So when you look back, when you see pattern, when you look back at your family across your family line and you see repeated patterns, that's something that when we want to heal, need to be aware of. Inherited strength. What's one gift you inherited from your lineage? And I would say mine would be perseverance, just being strong willed. Um, then, under epigenetic awareness, do you believe your healing decisions can influence the next generation? Why or why not? That's a good one to think about, especially if you have children. For emotional lineage, is there an emotional or behavioral pattern you feel called to break? I can tell you one: guilt. Being made, we do this to we parents, and I've been guilty of this myself and didn't even realize it. Just making your children come back into line and behave or whatever using guilt. Think about that. Um, Let me see. Identity. What part of your ancestry do you want to reconnect with or honor more deeply? This one in the West is, I think this is a really important question to consider because we've sort of gotten away from, like ancestral pattern rituals and things that used to be. One that sticks out in my mind: Sunday dinners. Back in my grandmother's time, Sunday dinners were like every family, no matter what was going on in life, they always had Sunday dinners at mom's house or grandmom's house, wherever they were in the formation of their family, right? Well, that went away. That's just a simple, tangible kind of one that I can think of off the top of my head. But I think I know people that don't even really know their ancestry. Steph, thank you. I thought they were great reflection questions. I actually have them in a document that I'm creating for this. Um, I can't place them in the thread here, but what I'll do is I will place them in the comment of the live stream video when it goes up, because it automatically goes up to YouTube, to my YouTube channel. And then I have to just put a title in the description. So I'll put it I'm going to start putting, actually, I'm going to start putting some of these things, especially the reflection questions, in the descriptions in the YouTube. Would that help you? Would that help you? And that's a good insight for the future. I might have it prepared for the future to be able to put the reflection questions in the chat. I didn't think about it. So thank you. That's a great suggestion for the future. And I will also have them, like I said, it usually takes me probably tomorrow to get it done. So just give it a day and then they should be there. So let's talk about just the learning points, because I always like to bring out the learning points um, of the chapter that we're working on, and why, and kind of why it matters. So healing yourself heals your lineage, and this matters because people realize that they are not just healing themselves, they are healing generations before and after them. Number two, a learning point when I went through this that popped into my head: daily living influences gene expression, and that's important because in order to understand that simple daily choices can shift inherited patterns. This one, oh my God, if I had to drive something home, simple daily choices can shift inherited patterns. Number three, the learning point number three, trauma can be interrupted through regulation. People learn that trauma is not their identity. They can learn that. It is a pattern that can be changed. Number four, inherited strength is real and accessible. If people stop focusing, this is why this matters. If people stop focusing on what's wrong and begin seeing what's powerful within them, if people stop focusing on what's wrong, they can begin seeing what's powerful within them. Number five, you are the co-creator of your future health. People, when people when they get to a certain mindset and understanding, people are able to step into full ownership of their healing journey instead of waiting for someone else to fix them. I want to say something to this because when I started my healing journey, of course, I got coaches and all of this, and I used to go to the doctor, and I was at the doctor for, whatever things. I hardly ever go to the doctor. I don't remember. I don't remember the last time I went to the doctor. I don't think I've actually been to the doctor for any kind of illness. I'm going to say more than 5 years, but it could even be a decade. Like it could be since the beginning of my journey. The last time that I really had anything significantly done at a with a doctor is when I made the decision to, after I lost 100 pounds, over 100 pounds, when I was 300 pounds, I lost 100 or a little over 100 pounds myself. It was intense, and I got to the point where I just couldn't get the last portion off. My weight would fluctuate, and I decided to be drastic, and I went and had the gastric bypass, or the gastric sleeve surgery. And I think that's the last major interaction I had with a doctor for some kind of illness. Now, I'm not talking about if you went and you were checked because you were in a car accident or there was an injury. I haven't had a major injury, but I had a little bump in a car accident. So I saw the doctor for that just to make sure everything, what was going on. But for illness, I haven't been, and I can't even remember when. Now, does that mean I'm against doctors? Absolutely not. We need that physicians, but I'm saying physicians and myself and other people who do this work need to work together. And physicians need to open their minds to this realm a little bit more, a little bit better, a little bit more easily. So what is the video, is the internet lagging, Steph? Is it still lagging? I apologize if there's any lag. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't know why tonight there would be a lag. Or are you talking about the chat? Anyways, if you heard that question, just pop it in there. I'll see it. But yeah, so, when you talk about taking full ownership of your healing journey instead of waiting for somebody else to fix it, that's what happens. I do so many things in a day. Let me tell you, first of all, every morning I have certain practices that I do every single day. They include reading scripture from my holy book. You can read scripture from your holy book. It includes prayer. It includes I eat certain things in the morning, or I don't eat certain things in the morning. I eat certain foods just as a part of my diet regularly, and some things I don't eat at all. I've aligned my diet and what I eat with my body constitution. Remember that word in this chapter? My body constitution, my body type, my dominant body type. So I align everything with my body constitution as much as I possibly can. That also goes for lifestyle. Any kind of stress. Now, I'm not saying I never get stressed out, but I have learned to step back. And when something is continuously stressing me, I change it or I withdraw. I don't allow it in my life, in my existence. For example, I have certain routines and exercises that I do for energy flow. I do clearings on myself. I do energy healing on myself. I do, like, there's just so many things that I do on a daily basis just to support my body's healing currently, and to support it on a day to day. Now, let's say, for example, I start feeling a little unwell, or I'm starting to get a cold or flu or whatever. I have certain plant-based products, essential oils, and other kind of supplement things that I use. Some I don't use every day. So depending on what my symptoms are and what I'm experiencing when I feel like I'm not too well, then I add the extra in. For example, one example is oregano. Oregano acts as an antibiotic. Don't wear oregano every day. Oregano is very strong. Do not use oregano every day. It's not a good practice. But I use it only when I feel like I'm coming down with something. That's an easy example. I have certain tea blends from Evolve Global 22 are my favorites. The Inflamease is a tea blend that I put together, that I designed, and that I use on a daily basis. So I drink it like water. I start it out hot. I keep the tea bag all in the cup all day, and I just keep refilling it. Sometimes I'll even, if I want something colder to drink, if it's not hot, then I'll put ice in it and I'll drink it cold. So that's one that fights inflammation. And then the other one is Immune U, which is good for supporting the immunity in the body. I use that one. So some days I'll use the Immune U, some days I'll use the Inflamease, but the Inflamease I use more often. So there's that I use to be able to support my body in sustaining or fighting off or warding off any kind of illness. But that was, after, I mean, that's been a process. I didn't know all of this when I first started, and I didn't use all of the things that I use now. All of the rituals I connect every day with Source, the creator of all that is, God. I connect every day with the energies of the universe. I connect every day with people that I'm surrounded by, so humanity. And I connect every day with myself. And I just thought of something. I was thinking about this chapter so much. I always start the live stream. I didn't start the live stream today with the ritual that we have been, but we're going to end it with it. Okay. So it's not to say that you never forget or you never miss one of your practices. Missing one once in a while is not a big deal once you're consistent. But if you totally put them to the wayside, then it's a problem, because then your defense system is broken down. Another thing I use sound therapy. So I'll use certain frequencies, music, certain types of music, certain types of sound. If you've never had a sound bath, it's amazing, beautiful. That's another thing. Color, using color in healing. That's another piece and component. Crocheting and knitting for me is therapy. It takes everything and kind of like just wraps it up, the color, the texture, the actual doing something with your hands. So there's a lot of things that I do in my life that supports my overall healing. Now, what happens when somebody comes to Evolve Global 22 and comes to me and they're kind of stuck and they want a help, they want help, and they want the program, they want the full, they're all in. What happens? This is what happens. Number one, I tell them, listen, don't stress. We're not here to stress. Breathe with me and just listen for a moment. First, I'm going to make you a welcome packet. And part of that welcome packet is an Ayurvedic body assessment so that we can know what your dosha or body type, body constitution, the dominant one in your body, what it is. You will take that assessment. Then that will give me information that I need to know. There's an intake paperwork that goes through all of the powers of 3 and additional information, like as if you go to any doctor. Everything is covered. Everything is protected by HIPAA. So then we talk about your physical health, any kinds of disease, chronic illness, things you're experiencing, pain, et cetera, et cetera. We talk about your physical health. There's an assessment. That's part of the overall assessment. We talk about your mental health. That's part of the overall assessment. We talk about your spiritual and your emotional health. All of that is in the intake paperwork. So that gives me a picture of the whole you. From that picture and from our conversation, then I design a plan to be able to bring you back, because you're definitely not the person is definitely not in alignment. They're definitely imbalanced. So we identify, we set up and get you a plan with the intention that it's going to get you back into balance. The plan is a living document that continues. So when something isn't working right or something happens in life or whatever, we change it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we start learning different rituals and strategies and practices and things that you can do every day, any time of day. Some are very, very simple and some are take a little bit more time, but you start implementing one thing at a time. And I support you in that, because a lot of people will say, well, I don't know how to do it. And I break it down and make it very easy. We do it together often. I do a lot of healings and do a lot of work with your chakras clearing your energy, balancing your energy, restoring your energy. That's something that we do, and I do that in different sessions that we have together. So really, we're talking about looking at every aspect of your life and you, addressing every aspect of your life and you, clearing out the debris, all of the debris that doesn't need to be there, restoring with clean, divine energy, and then practices and food intake and things that are going to help you to come back into alignment with you. And let me tell you, it only takes some people have a harder time than others, but really to start feeling better. Some people start feeling, especially when they do a healing session, to start with, which we do, they tend to start to feel a little bit better right away. Now, depending on where they are in their food intake and toxicity levels and all of that, then that will determine how much of a hard time they're going to have the first few days with like detoxing and in their body, cleaning things out. But overall, I mean, that's really where we start. And then after that, it's just building upon those principles, the unique, individualized healing, health, and wellness plan that you have, the practices that we implement right away, the healings and meditations and different things that we do together or that I do for you. Those three areas are where we start, and we focus very methodically. And it's not overwhelming. Nothing is made to be overwhelming. And we take it a step at a time, and we take it slowly. And then as you build, you get into more advanced practices, more advanced things where you work on a lot of your internal, your intuition, your internal, and how you can work to healing yourself. So that gives you an idea. But back to our book, just to close it up, because we are running on, what time is it? We're almost at an hour, and I don't want to keep you all longer, but I want us to just remember that tonight was about family patterns, epigenetic awareness, emotional lineage, identity. And the most important takeaway from all of this tonight in chapter 2 was you can become your own healer. It's not just I'm a victim of my genetics or whatever. Now, let's shift. I hope you enjoyed that portion and our exploration of chapter 2 in our book. Now, I'm going to switch this up a little bit, because every chapter I end with, I started ending with a closing affirmation and an intention to carry forward. But before we do that, since I missed our opening mantra and our breath work and all of that, I just jumped right in and forgot. I want you to take a moment, and I want you to do this breathing. This is one simple strategy. You can use this. It's good for stress release, emotional calm. It's good for focus. It's good for so many things. But remember, it's in through the nose and then push out through the mouth. Slowly, the breath comes out through the mouth, but make the hand motion with your hand, because you're just going to clear and push all the emails, stress, anxiety, conversations, mean words, negativities, anything that is kind of weighing you down, and just get rid of it before you go off to bed tonight. So let's do this. Remember, I do 3. So let's breathe slowly in through the nose and out through the mouth, and push everything away. Again, in through the nose and out through the mouth. Push all that debris away, out into the universe to be destroyed. In through the nose and out through the mouth. Blow it all away to be destroyed. Now, the hand over the heart. This is the connection to you, the connection to the creator of all that is. This is where that happens. And this is the easiest, simple, most simple thing that you can do to make that connection, not only to yourself, but to your creator. So put your hand over your heart. You take a moment, just breathe your regular breath. Remember, breath is life force. Just breathe regularly. And in your mind, with your inner voice, you just say, I make the intention to connect with my heart. So let's do that now. I make the intention to connect with my heart.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. It is Evolve Global 22, Evolve into Wholeness live stream. I'm Dr. Debbie Bedoui here tonight. We're here every night, Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we heal in our divine light and live in our power. This is Evolve Global 22's Healing Light Studio. Welcome, everybody. I am happy and glad you are here joining me tonight. Whew, it's Wednesday already. Oh my goodness. It's Wednesday, the middle of the week already. So many things, so much stuff going on, right? So let's do our breath work, our release, get rid of everything from today, clear out, get present, get oxygen to our brain so that we can be together in this moment. So if you're here with me most nights or every night, you know how it goes. But just in case you're new to me, it is breathe in through the nose, deep breath, belly pops out through the mouth, and we put a hand move it to it and push all that debris away and get ourselves cleared out. So let's go in through the nose. Push it away into the universe to be destroyed, out through the mouth. In through the nose. Out through the mouth, push it away. Again, last time, in through the nose. Out through the mouth. Good job. Feel that weight lift off. Now, one hand over your heart, and I want you to take a moment and use your mind's inside your inner voice. And I want you to make the intention to connect with your heart. Connection is everything. Connection with the creator, the creator of all that is, the connection with ourselves, with others, meaning humanity, and the universe as a whole. So let's make a connection right now. Let's just take a moment. Your inner voice, I connect with my heart. There you go. Now our opening mantra, and then we're going to get started about what's going on tonight. Our opening mantra, rise in light. Say this after me. I rise in truth. I breathe in healing. I walk in wholeness. I am perfectly imperfect and I evolve through love, light, and purpose. So now that we have kind of cleared out, got oxygen going to the brain, we made the connection to our heart, and we did our opening mantra. Tonight is Wednesday, Threads of Trinity. We create together. I have my crochet piece that I'm doing right now. Tonight's topic is the art of letting go, how creativity heals you and heals others. And I love to crochet and knit. So I made this night so we could come together and crochet and knit together. Or if you have another creative activity that you do, you can come and do it with us here tonight or on Wednesdays. Um, you know, it's so important for us to have ways that we can kind of get rid of all of the stuff that occupies our minds and all of the debris that we collect throughout a day, and a week and a month and a year, etc. And I have found that being that creativity is, or being creative is one way to do it. And at Evolve Global 22, whoops, what happened here? At Evolve Global 22, I don't know why my chat won't work. Hold on a second. I want to put the, okay. Let's see, cut. Let's try this again, paste. For some reason, my chat won't post tonight. That's weird. Anyhow, at Evolve Global 22, I create healing meditation blankets. This is an example of one that I'm working on right now. Look at that beautiful color. Meditation is one thing that I teach. And having one of these blankets, the color has meaning, the texture has meaning, and it's something that supports one's healing, health, and wellness. And so this is the piece I happen to be working on now. But if you go to our website, www.evolveglobal22usa.com, then there it is. Then you can go to our EG22 Light Boutique and you can see some of the creative some of the healing meditation blankets. They're usually lap size, maybe a little bigger sometimes. They're not like full for a bed or anything, but they are beautiful. They take into consideration the chakra system, for example, tactile stimulation or regulation. Take into consideration color therapy, and so much more. When I make these blankets, I make them with an affirmation. I intertwine peace, love, and joy, and yeah, and that is what comes to those who choose to get one of these. So I send, this is one way that I send peace, love, and joy to others. But let's just talk about it for a minute. So why is this such a big deal with this creativity thing? And I come in and we create together. Well, creativity is a form of energetic detox. And I'm going to get my notes because I always have my little notes here. It's a form, creativity is a form of energetic detox. It helps emotions to move, the breath to deepen, and tension to release. It clears inner congestion and opens space for healing. So when we create something or we make something, it rewires. Oh God, I'm getting all wrapped up here in my yarn. When we create or make something, it rewires the nervous system. The repetitive rhythm, motion, for example, of crocheting, drawing, stitching, or coloring brings the body into calm. It regulates the heart, eases anxiety, grounds the mind, and stabilizes emotion. So letting go, people say, well, just let it go, let it go. So if something's bothering you, just let it go. Well, it just doesn't, things don't just let go or happen alone in the mind. You can't think your way out of emotional heaviness. Let me say that again. You cannot think your way out of emotional heaviness. Often your hands help your heart, and more than your thought, and it helps your heart. Your hands help your heart more than your thoughts do. So sometimes your soul heals faster through your hands than through your mind. We get stuck up in here sometimes, and that's really what that is talking about. And also, whatever you create reflects what you're releasing. Your creative choices, color, texture, speed, uh, pattern, they mirror your inner landscape. Creativity can become a living journal of your healing. And that makes me think of musicians. Music is creativity, and many, many musicians, if you listen to their songs, if you listen to songs that have meaning to them, they're just not a bunch of jumbled words. There's a story there, and it reflects the creator of that song or that musical piece. It reflects something about that person and that they are releasing and letting out into the universe. Also, and this is more aligned with what I'm doing here, is the magic of creating for others helps it's how healing flows both ways. So healing helps me and it helps you. So creating with love for someone else expands your healing. It becomes prayer, so to speak, in motion. It turns compassion into action, builds connection, and frees emotional weight inside you. When love flows out, light flows in. Let me say that again. That's important. When love flows out, light flows in. Now, here in my Power of Three at Evolve Global 22, energy medicine, the tie in there is creativity opens energetic pathways and shares healing frequency outward. In Ayurveda, creativity expresses calm. It calms each body constitution and body type, and it uplifts. Herbal medicine with the teas and oils and calming scents, it deepens the creative healing experience. So, my friends, when I sit here and I create, whether I am doing it live online right now or just by myself. So when I crochet or knit, because I knit as well, and I'm going to start sewing in January, by the way, I was inspired by uh, one of my friends who's young enough to be my daughter, actually. I was inspired by her because she was talking about how she's going to pick up sewing uh, again. And I was so pleased and happy because she's had a hard time of it. And I was so pleased and happy to hear that she's going to do that. Well, I said, well, what would happen? What would happen if I did that? I should try that, because I have tried to sew in the past, long, long time ago, but I've gone through my little phase and I haven't done it for a long time. So I'm like, okay, I think I'm going to pick that back up. So when I do, I'll let you know. But I have to thank my friend who inspired me to think about picking that back up again. But back to the subject, when I crochet, something powerful happens. The hardships of any day the anxiety, the overstimulation, they all just begin to quiet. They all just begin to just kind of calm down, quiet, and not be such a pounding force in my mind. And then as my hands move, my spirit lifts. So I could be a little bit down, or I could be a little bit upset, or whatever it is. And when my hands move, my spirit lifts. I realize this because I always talk about being in tune with yourself and realizing things about yourself, realizing how you feel about certain things when you do it, when you eat it, or whatever you're talking about. So what I found was I'm able to put the weight of the day to the side and focus on the highest energy frequencies when I crochet or knit. And those higher frequencies are things like love, empathy, peace, compassion, and beauty. It becomes my way of realigning with my own light. Um, when you create, it's like you're coming back to you, and you're realigning with yourself. You're realigning with your inner light. The threads aren't just yarn, they're pathways back to myself. And that's really how it feels to me when I am crocheting or knitting. I have these apps that I use, and I color uh, on my phone or iPad. That it's the same kind of thing. It's another way to be creative. So it kind of so when I create something, and then to elevate that, when I create something for someone else, that energy multiplies. So every one of these uh, therapy meditation, healing meditation blankets, which is therapy. When I create them, I'm creating them with love, with joy, with compassion, with empathy. I always have an affirmation that I say as I'm creating the piece that I'm working on throughout, because it takes me some time over days and weeks when I create one piece. And I I found that um, I feel that when I do that with that intention and that purpose, when I put these online in my boutique um, at a affordable cost, um, people are able to have access to something that was created by someone who had the intention from the beginning to create this piece, this blanket for someone else, and in the context of all those higher frequencies. So it just multiplies forward, so to speak. Um, it becomes a gift of healing, despite the fact that these are something that I sell on my website. They become a gift of healing, and it's not only a gift of healing for the person who purchases them; it's a gift of healing for me as well, and that is really something special to me. You know, let's just say, for example, I'll put it into context. Let's just say, for example, that all of a sudden I had, 10,000 people who wanted my blankets. And, I had the funding resources to be that big and to mass produce my blankets. I wouldn't do it, because it defeats, once you get the machine part component into it, once you mass produce them, once you take out this hands-on creative piece, then they've lost their meaning. They're just like any other little old blanket that you can get when you go to any store. They're beautiful and all of that, but they're missing the healing piece. They're missing the whole purpose that I started to do this to begin with, which was to heal myself and to connect and heal others. And I don't want to sell a quote unquote dead blanket just to get the money when it has no purpose behind it, if that makes sense to you. Any questions or comments? And that brings me to something that just kind of popped up into my mind. You know, we do a lot of things throughout a day that we just do them robotically or automatically. And sometimes it's just, you know, repetitive. We do the same thing every day, or we have the same schedule, or we have the same places that we need to be, or whatever it is. It becomes robotic, it becomes mechanical. And that's when we forget to make our intention or to put purpose behind what we do. Once you put intention and purpose behind everything that you do, it changes the game. It changes the perspective, and it changes your not only how you view whatever you're doing, but it also changes internally how you feel and the impact, whether it's going to be something that is healing to you or if it's going to be something that takes away from your healing. It's very, very important to have intention and purpose with what we do in everything, not only creativity, but in everything that we do. But tonight we're talking again, Wednesday nights are Threads of Trinity, where we create together. And I crochet and knit. And I encourage you, whether you've crocheted and knitted before or not, you know, go to the store, get a cheap hook, get some cheap yarn, and just start. You know, you can go on YouTube, you can find out, you know, just go to a beginner tutorial and just start. You know, you don't even have to start really making any specific thing. Just start crocheting or knitting. And if that's not your thing and you have something else, please do that. If you draw, if you sketch, if you whatever you do. But let's just summarize, because I don't want us to miss the point, and I don't want my rambling and going on and on to be lost. But let's talk about this. So just to sum up what I've talked about thus far. Tonight, we remember that creativity is more than art. It's medicine, movement, and a way home to ourselves. Through every thread, every color, every motion of the hands, we release what no longer serves us and reconnect to the frequencies that lift us higher: love, empathy, peace, compassion, and beauty. When we create for ourselves, we heal inward. When we create for others, that healing expands outward. And together, these threads become a tapestry of connection, a reminder that we're not walking this path alone. May your hands be gentle, your heart be open, and may everything you create this week carry the light you are. That's my message to you tonight. And it's so, so important. You know, part of the reason why I started this live stream was so that I could be here for others and I could be accessible. And I'm asking anybody who's watching this, whether you're in the live stream right now or you come across this in video form, share it. First of all, subscribe and like, but share it. Share it with others, because there are a lot of people out there who are struggling, and you never know who you're going to touch and pass on the light to. So become a part of passing that light the divine light, our inner light, and those higher frequencies of love, empathy, and joy, so that other people can experience and can start their healing, and they can find our community as a sacred place to be able to learn, get the guidance and support that they need, and we can all heal together, because that's my mission. That's why I'm here. But anyways, type in the chat. What do you think? What do you think about the colors? I when I got the yarn for this piece, I was a little skeptical about the colors at first, but now as they come together, this is very, very calming. This blanket in particular, the blue, very, very calming. The texture is, it's a basic stitch, so the texture is very it's a little bit rough, but not in a bad way. Like, it's a soft rough, so it's strong. And it's got a little bit of a ridginess to it. And when you put the black with, I mean, the blue with the two colors of blue with the black and a little bit of white, it's also, to me, it's very, very kind of soothing and grounding. So that's this is going to become one of my favorite healing meditation blankets, because the color is just wonderful and the texture is just even. It's like evenness. So anyways, everybody, I just wanted to come on and spend a few minutes with you. I'm trying to keep the live streams at about a half an hour. We have gone several times over into an hour, which is fine. But I really don't want this to become something that, everybody sits and it's like, oh, I gotta, we gotta sit here, be here the whole. No, it's not intended. We're not talking about time here. We're talking or not length of time or amount of time. I like to keep these at around a half an hour or maximum an hour, and then we can go off. It's from 8 to 9 Eastern Standard Time. So then once we spend our half an hour to hour together, then we can all go off and go to bed and do our night routines and rituals and whatever we do, and go to bed kind of calm, clear, and in a peaceful state. And then we're ready for the next day, right? So tonight was about creativity and letting it, how it helps me to let go, and also how it helps me to not only heal within myself, but also to spread healing out to all of you. I hope you found value in this live stream tonight. Check out our website, Evolve Global 22, www.evolveglobal22usa.com. The link is up here in the chat. Go check out all of our services. Go to our EG22 Light Boutique. You'll see all of our healing, health, and wellness products. You will see these lovely healing meditation blankets, the ones that I have up there so far. And you will also see that we have a section in our Light Boutique that is called perfectly posh, gently loved, perfectly posh, and that's gently loved, usually clothing, accessories, small household items. You will see those on there. I have a bunch of stuff I have to load up there to expand that, but everything is there for you. There's resources. Our newsletter is available for free there on our website. The new newsletter is coming out in December. I publish the newsletter about 3 to 4 times a year, and December is the second one for this since I started it. So that's coming out. But on that note, let's do our closing mantra, and then we will be ready to call it a night. The closing mantra, let's do our hand over our heart. That solidifies the connection. I honor my journey. Repeat after me. I honor my journey. I release what no longer serves me. I am energy. I am light. I am love. Together we heal. Together we evolve. I wish you endless amounts of love, peace, and light. May you have a wonderful night ahead, a wonderful day tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow's a holiday here in the US. We will not be live streaming tomorrow. I will see you back here on Friday, which is the 28th. So on that note, peace and light to you all. Bye-bye. Yeah. Why, hello there. It is Dr. Debbie with Evolve Global 22, and it is Friday. Friday, a long, hard week full of greatness, some challenges, and just kind of falling back, relaxing, and inviting you to come in to have a little chat. I have my cup of Inflamease, the herbal tea blend that helps fight and support fighting inflammation. I have my blue robe and scarf on, and I am even crocheting my project, which is also blue, tonight. And we're going to talk about why all the blue. Why do I come in on Friday nights in my blue robe? And remember, this is Evolve Global 22's Healing Light Studio. Evolve into wholeness. And, you know, Wednesday nights, I always say we crochet together, do creativity. Well, tonight, grab your cup of tea, your drink, grab something that you like to do, or just sit back and relax and listen. Friday nights is all about a wellness drop-in. And before we start anything, let me just put this down in my lap. Let's do our breath work. The simple, one simple breath work that I do in all sorts of situations where we just release all the stuff from the day, the past, anything that's bothering us, anxiety, emails, to-do lists, roles, responsibilities, all of that. We just push it away. So we always start this way, because in order to be in the moment and be focused and be together and spend quality time together, focused on me, you, and our healing, we have to be cleared and release all that stuff. So in through the nose, out through the mouth, and push it away out into the universe. In through the nose, out through the mouth, and push it away out into the universe. In through the nose, out through the mouth, and push it away into the universe. And then we do our opening mantra, rise in light. I rise in truth. I breathe in healing. I walk in wholeness. I am perfectly imperfect, and I evolve through love, light, and purpose. Now let's talk about why the blue. What is the significance of blue in healing, and all of the things that we talk about here at Evolve Global? Why do I wear blue on Fridays? I wear a lot of blue on a lot of days, but let's talk about the meaning of blue and the therapeutic, spiritual, emotional, and energetic significance of the color of blue. So let's talk about therapeutic first and psychological meaning. Blue is a color, is a calming medicinal color. It represents inner peace. Friday night, we want inner peace, tranquility, relaxation, lower stress and anxiety. We want to get rid of all that from the week. Mental clarity, cooling inflammation, stabilizing the nervous system, and regulating our breathing. Blue signals the brain to move out of fight or flight and into rest and restore. This is why blue rooms, blue light therapy, soft hue, and blue visuals reduce rapid heart rate, overwhelm, and mental tension. Now let's talk about the emotional meaning. Blue supports honesty, truth-telling, emotional stability, soothing sadness, easing emotional fatigue, feeling safe to express yourself. It's the I can breathe again color. The color blue is the I can breathe again color. Let's talk about the spiritual meaning of blue. It's divine communication, intuition and inner knowing, protection, guidance from angels, truth aligned with purpose, higher consciousness, calm connection to the unseen. Many traditions link blue to the Archangel Michael, truth and protection, water energy, flow, release, and gentleness, the sky heavens, and connection to the divine, the one creator of all that is. Blue opens spiritual clarity without overwhelming the senses. Now let's talk about blue in the energetic chakra meaning. Blue is the throat chakra. It represents authentic voice, self-expression, clear communication, setting boundaries, speaking truth with compassion, creative expression through the voice. In energy medicine, blue calms heat, inflammation, and irritability, for example, dissolves blocked communication, encourages speaking from the soul instead of the ego. Blue in Ayurveda is a cooling energy. Water and ether elements are present. It pacifies Pitta's imbalance. Pitta is is fire. It's the body constitution that is that if your body constitution is Pitta, that means that is your dominant body type. That is mine. It pacifies anger, intensity, overheating, inflammation. It's excellent for overreactive minds, emotional heat, digestive inflammation, and anyone needing gentleness. In color therapy, chromotherapy, blue light or visualization is used to reduce pain, lower blood pressure, support sleep, calm the mind, clear tension in the neck, shoulders, jaw, and throat. Many therapists call blue the universal relaxer. The symbolism and healing work, and this is Evolve Global 22 style, truth over trends, authentic alignment, healing through honesty, gentle communication, stepping into your power by speaking your truth, a calm emotional environment for transformation. That is the significance of blue. So in summary, blue is calm, truth, communication, peace, clarity, protection, cooling, spiritual connection. That is why, my friends, on Friday nights especially, I come wearing my favorite blue robe because the color blue has so many significant powers behind it and meanings and impacts behind it. Now let's talk about what we are going to talk about tonight, or what I'm going to suggest, and I'm going to continue to crochet here. I do have my notes, and tonight's conversation, let's chit chat about why we hold on to stress we don't need and how to release it in real. Wait a minute. Hold on. No. So sorry. I got the wrong notes. Tonight's live stream. Oops. This is live, so it happens. Tonight's live stream is about the art of starting over, why any moment can be a new beginning. Now, this is significant to me because throughout my career as a school principal, before I retired. I used to do the morning announcements, and often I might miss a day here or there. Oftentimes, I would say on the announcements, I would either end it or start it as a reminder that today is a new day and a new beginning. You can say today is a new, or this moment is a new moment and a new beginning, because the art of starting over, why any moment can be a new beginning. That's what we're going to talk about tonight. So we all need this. Why? Why do we all need to talk about this and consider this? Because, first of all, we all need a fresh start at some points in time. We all need to be able to start over or have a do-over. Sometimes my fresh start is literally three breaths. Before this live stream, for example, that breathing in through the nose, I use it that way. We have a tendency to ignore our power. We have the power to start over when we need to. The problem is, or the challenge is that we oftentimes get caught up in stuff and we don't even realize that we should start over or that we have the power to start over. Look at this beautiful healing blanket. It's going to be in EG22's Light Boutique soon. Anywho, every day offers us little micro resets or new beginnings. When we wake up, when we drink water, when we take a breath, when we choose to respond differently, when we journal, maybe in one line, or when we let go of a thought. New beginnings don't always look like big, dramatic changes. Sometimes they're just tiny, sacred little shifts. Now, the big question: why is it that we fear starting over? Fear dominates a lot of things for us as human beings. And it stands true for this topic. We fear, and we fear starting over because we fear repeating mistakes. We think we're too old or too behind. We feel embarrassed. We don't want to disappoint others, our loved ones, friends, family. Overthinking. We overthink as a step one. And we comfort in familiar pain. Every time I start again, I'm not starting from zero, I'm starting with wisdom. Think about that. Reflect upon that. Every time I start again, I'm not starting from zero. I'm starting with wisdom. Let's reframe what starting over means. Rethink the concept. Start over equals failure. No, starting over does not equal failure. It actually means growth. It means you listen to your body, mind, soul, and spirit. It is a sign of alignment, not defeat. So reframe the starting over means I failed at something. 2, starting over is not equal to a failure. It is equal to growth. It means you listen to your body, mind, soul, and spirit. It's a sign of alignment, not defeat. Starting over means you're brave enough to try again. Starting over means you're brave enough to try again. So, how do we start over? Well, I have for years taught children, parents, individuals, clients that I worked with, um, simple things to be able to have in their toolkit of strategies to start over. There's rituals, there's things that you have to have packed away that when something happens or that you face or are confronted with something, that you can go to that toolbox and you have a ritual or practice that you can do so that you can keep yourself in that starting over framework that is positive. So step 1, this is your fresh start ritual. Put it in your toolbox. Step 1, one breath. Inhale, and when you inhale, I am open. I am open. Exhale, I release. Step 2, one affirmation. I'm allowed to begin again. I don't need permission to reset my life. Number 3, take one micro action. You can choose to drink a cup of water, stretch for 20 seconds, put a hand over your heart, do your heart connection. Remember, we forgot to do it at the beginning of this live stream, but you put your hand over your heart and you use your inner voice to say, I connect with my heart. Write down one intention, light a candle. There's all sorts of things. You can add your own here. So the fresh start ritual or practice, when you need it, is step 1, one breath. And on the inhale, you say or think, I am open. On exhale, you say or think, I release. Step 2, one affirmation. I am allowed, and say it like you mean it, and say it out loud. I am allowed to begin again. I don't need permission to reset my life. And number 3, take one micro action, a drink of water, stretch for 20 seconds, put the hand over your heart, do the heart connection, write one intention, light a candle. If you are seeing this video after the live stream, or if you're in the live stream right now, comment what action you may take or you will take after considering this. Now, the new beginnings idea, at Evolve Global 22, we have the power of 3. And here's the tie-in for the new beginnings. And it happens across the 4 dimensions. The body, Ayurveda and herbal. You reset your digestive fire, our gentle teas, our morning rituals, our physical release. In the second dimension, the mind. So first we had the body, then the mind. We stop looping thoughts. We release perfection. We start with one small shift. The soul, reconnect with purpose, reconnect with yourself. First of all, reconnect with the creator of all that is, God. Reconnect with yourself, reconnect with others, humanity, reconnect with the universe. Reconnect with purpose. Remember your why. Choose compassion over pressure, especially for yourself. And then in the 4th dimension, spirit, realign with intuition, feel guidance, clear energetic clutter. At EG22, every healing path is a new beginning. We reset the whole you, not just one part. And we do this if you go to our website, www.evolveglobal22usa.com, and you look at all of our micro sessions, our full package sessions, uh, uh, you will see so many things there that are helpful either to you or to you and your family. Our services, we have wraparound services for families. We do services, wraparound services for individuals. We teach our practices. We teach you to become your own healer. So I ask you this, and please put it in the comments. What's one thing you're ready to start fresh with tonight? What's one thing you want to leave right here, right now? And what's one micro action you took with me or you're going to take as a result of hearing this? Oh my goodness, I have something in my eye. A closing affirmation for this topic tonight. I am not behind. I am not stuck. I am evolving. Every moment is a new beginning. I give myself permission to start fresh, to try again, and to rise in my own divine timing. So, my friends, be easy on yourself. Be compassionate and merciful on yourself. Consider the topic that we discussed tonight. Consider the art of starting over, why any moment can be a new beginning. Go over that ritual and practice that I demonstrated or I talked about here tonight and use it in your day to day. Evolve Global 22 is the place where we heal together. It took me many, many, many years to get where I am now in my own healing, health, and wellness journey. It wasn't easy, but I am grateful to all of my teachers, all of my coaches, all of the practitioners I worked with. I'm grateful to them because they were a part of my healing, health, and wellness journey. And now, as a practitioner, as a healer, as an educator, I bring that to you. On that note, remember the color blue. Go through this and enter that ritual for starting over in your day to day. And I will leave you step into the weekend. Do something kind for yourself this weekend. So that you are filled with love, peace, and light. And I send you much love, peace, and light. And on that note, you have a wonderful weekend. I will see all of you on Monday for our micro moment, or for our micro learning moments. Okay? Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. It's Evolve into Wellness with Dr. Debbie, Evolve Global 22's Healing Light Studio, where we heal in our divine light and live in our power. We are just getting set up here. And let me see. How is everybody doing tonight? Let's get our chat going. How is everybody tonight? How's everybody feeling? I hope you have had a wonderful day filled with peace, love, and light. So tonight is Tuesday. Tuesday, as you know, is Healing in Real Life, and we have a really, really, really important topic tonight. And it's not going to be only discussed in the traditional sense. So there's some perspective that I'm going to give that likely will be the first time you've heard it here at Evolve Global. So tonight's topic is inflammation, and it's the silent inflammation is the silent warning system, or the silent problem within our body, mind, soul, and spirit. And we're going to approach this subject in all four: body, mind, soul, and spirit, four of those areas. And when we specifically talk about the soul and the spirit, I don't think that you will likely have heard the perspective that we have here at Evolve Global 22. So tonight, as you know, last night was Monday. We did mindful moments and microlearning, the science of the sacred. And I forgot to do our opening mantra and our opening breath work. So quickly, let's get in this moment together. Remember how we do this? It's three breaths, in through the nose, slowly out through the mouth, and we release. We push everything away with our hand. So let's do that together. Let's breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. Push all those emails, stress, anxiety, conversations, negativities, anything that bothered you throughout today or in your past. Just blow it out with that life breath. And remember, when you breathe, your belly should pop out when you inhale. Do not suck your belly in. So let's do number 2. Breathe in and push everything away. Release, breathe out. Number 3, let's go. Last time. Breathe in and push everything, breathe out. Now that we are cleared and we are in the moment, you can do that any time of day, any moment, wherever you may be. Just take a break by yourself and do that little release, and it works wonders. So now our opening mantra, I forgot that last night too. I was so excited to get into our book. I forgot this. So repeat after me. Let's start with our opening mantra. I rise in truth. I breathe in healing. I walk in wholeness. I am perfectly imperfect, and I evolve through love, light, and purpose. One more time with our opening mantra. I rise in truth. I breathe in healing. I walk in wholeness. I am perfectly imperfect, and I evolve through love, light, and purpose. And now let's take and put our right hand. Well, you can put either hand, but I use my right hand. Put your right hand over your heart. Take a moment with your inner voice. I want you to make the intention to connect with your heart. So let's take a moment. Remember your inner voice. I connect with my heart. And just keep your breathing steady. Wonderful. So now that we have released all the debris from today. We have done our little breath work exercise, got the oxygen to the brain, and we have connected with our hearts. So we've connected with self, also with source, the creator of all that is. The seed of God is in the heart. So now we are ready to begin. Tonight's topic Let me get my notes. Tonight's topic is inflammation, and the goal of tonight is to understand inflammation, what it is, why it happens, and how to heal it in today's world. But Evolve Global, we have a unique perspective on inflammation when it comes to beyond the physical body. So stay tuned. If you are with me now, stay all the way through, because I want you to hear that perspective. I don't think you've likely not heard it anyplace else. Remember, the chat is on. You can see it on the screen. I will watch and respond live as I can, so feel free to put comments. And remember, I'm going to put our website, Global, in the chat. Please make sure to visit us. www.evolveglobal22usa.com. The website has everything. Our boutique is there with all of our products. I have resources there for you. Our service packages are there. So make sure to check it out. But now tonight, let's get into this topic. So first of all, what is inflammation? Now, everybody says, basically likely has a general understanding, but let's talk about it. What is inflammation? Inflammation simply is your body's alarm system. It's the way your body protects and repairs you. There are two types of inflammation. There's good inflammation, which is acute inflammation, and that's the body's rescue system. It's the body's rescue team. When you get a cut, sprain your ankle, or face an infection, white blood cells rush to the site, heat increases to fight microbes, fluid builds to protect the area, redness appears from increased blood flow, and swelling forms to stabilize the injury. This is the army of protectors responding exactly as they should. Good inflammation is your body sending the first responders to the scene to save you. This type of inflammation is fast, targeted, intelligent, and healing. Now let's talk about bad inflammation or chronic inflammation. Bad inflammation or chronic inflammation is the silent internal fire. This is when inflammation does not shut off. When the rescue army keeps fighting, even though there is no cut, no injury, and no threat. Chronic inflammation is silent, systemic, long-term, exhausting, and destructive. Your body behaves as if the entire system is wounded. So what's the result of that? It leads to fatigue, pain, digestive issues, hormonal imbalances, autoimmune disease and flare-ups, brain fog, mood issues, chronic illness. So good inflammation heals and bad inflammation harms. And most people, get this, most people don't know they're living in the harmful kind. It's silent until it becomes a big problem. So why is chronic inflammation, the bad inflammation, why is it everywhere today? It's because the modern world is designed to inflame us. The modern world, modern life, keeps the alarm system on. Constant stress, processed foods, lack of sleep, overstimulation, environmental toxins, constant noise and pressure, disconnection from nature. Those are just a short list of some examples of why the alarm system is always on. Your body was built for short stress, natural food, rest, movement, community, sunlight, and meaning. But today it receives the opposite, day after day after day after day. So the immune system acts like we're under attack. It's like in a stay ready stance. And the white blood cell army never goes home. Now, the question is, how does conventional medicine approach inflammation? How does the conventional medical system approach inflammation? Conventional medicine does an excellent job at infections, broken bones, dangerous fevers, heart attacks, acute emergencies. But with chronic inflammation, it often becomes prescriptions for symptoms. Quote, your local labs look normal. Quote, it's probably stress. Quote, we'll keep an eye on it. They treat the cut, but chronic inflammation has no cut to point to. So what's the issue? They silence the alarm, but don't ask why it's ringing. Now let's talk about functional and holistic medicine approaches to inflammation. Holistic medicine asks, why is the immune system overreacting? What is triggering danger signals? What in the mind, body, emotions, or spirit is out of alignment? What's happening with the gut? 70% of immunity lives in the gut. How stressed is the nervous system? Functional and holistic medicine approaches ask, what does the person's lifestyle look like? What emotional wounds or energetic blockages exist? What dosha or your constitution or your body type in Ayurvedic medicine imbalance is present. Holistic medicine looks at the whole human, mind, body, soul, spirit, energy. Now, this is exactly what we do here at Evolve Global 22 with the power of 3. We integrate energy medicine, which calms the nervous system, clears energetic stagnation, and releases emotional pressure. We use Ayurveda medicine to balance the doshas or your body constitution or body type, strengthen digestion, regulate lifestyle, and restore natural rhythms. We use herbal medicine to provide natural anti-inflammatory support, nourishment, and repair. Holistic healing helps the immune system finally stop fighting imaginary threats. So let's talk for a moment about real life signs of chronic inflammation, the bad inflammation. This is, again, a short list, but big ones. Fatigue, brain fog, joint pain, bloating, headaches, mood swings, anxiety and depression, hormonal imbalances, skin issues, insomnia, autoimmunity, weight that won't move, feeling off for years. These are not random symptoms. They are communications. Your body's communicating to you. So let's talk about what causes chronic inflammation. The silent alarm is triggered by, first, let's talk physical, processed foods, sugar, pesticides, hidden infections, dehydration, poor sleep, and gut imbalance. Let's talk about the emotional triggers, stress, trauma, suppressed emotions, fear, perfectionism, resentment, and burnout. Now let's talk about some lifestyle triggers. Sitting too much, overstimulation, no boundaries, rushing, too much screen time, lack of nature, and chronic overwhelm. These confuse the immune system so it acts as if everything is a cut. Now let's talk about how to reduce inflammation, and this is our approach here at Evolve Global 22. We want and we strive to calm the nervous system and the energy system. So we use grounding, we use breath work, we use meditation, we use energy clearing, chakra alignment, and rest and regulation. Those are a few. Next, we support the physical body, anti-inflammatory foods. Food is your medicine. Warm, digestible meals, hydration, daily movement, better sleep rhythm. And then we use herbal supports, turmeric and black pepper, ginger, holy basil, lemon balm, rosemary, nettle, chamomile. I could go on and on. These help, all of these together help the immune system shift out of emergency mode. Now, here is the part that is unique to our perspective here at Evolve Global. And this is, we're going to talk about inflammation of the mind, soul, and spirit. So just stick with me for a minute, and we're going to talk about this. Inflammation of the mind. The mind I want you to think about this and reflect upon this. The mind becomes inflamed when it is overwhelmed, overstimulated, stuck in fear, replaying old stories, overthinking every detail, pushing for perfection, and spiraling in self-doubt. This creates mental heat, quote unquote, that signals danger to the body. When the mind burns, the body follows. Let me say that again. When the mind burns, the body follows. Now, let's talk about inflammation of the soul. The soul becomes inflamed when we hold in emotions, betray our boundaries, live out of alignment, silence our truth, stay in draining environments, carry unhealed wounds. A soul inflamed feels heavy, restless, disconnected, numb, or lost. A soul on fire feels like a life out of rhythm. Now let's talk about inflammation of the spirit. The spirit becomes inflamed when we disconnect from source, the one creator of all that is, God. We stop listening to intuition. We live with spiritual exhaustion. We lost trust in our path. We forgot our purpose. We feel spiritually dry or depleted. Spiritual inflammation causes confusion, emptiness, and loss of clarity and weakened inner strength. When the spirit dims, the whole energy field becomes inflamed. The Evolve Global 22 truth. Mind inflammation triggers emotional inflammation. Soul inflammation triggers energetic inflammation. And spirit inflammation triggers physical inflammation. This is why healing must be a whole person healing. So let's put this into a little bit of perspective and talk about a couple of quick examples. So it's pretty easy to understand and to think about inflammation in the body, right? Good inflammation versus bad inflammation. The only thing that I want to pound home regarding the bad inflammation or chronic inflammation is the heart and the basis of almost, if not all, chronic illness is inflammation. Now, you don't have to believe me just because I say the words. You can go and you can find for yourself, and there is science physicians, and everybody's talking about this. So it's not something that cannot be substantiated. Go and seek proof for what I just said. Inflammation is the foundation, or the root cause of all, if not most, if not all, chronic illness. But when we talk about the soul and the spirit, if you think about it just for a moment, and I talk a lot about being connected with source, which is the creator of all that is, God. I talk about being connected with yourself, with others, meaning humanity, and the universe as a whole. And there are so many things in life and in modern living that disconnects us from all of those things, distances us, and then disconnects us. And the thing about it is most of us don't even realize it until we start having challenges and struggles. So when we talk about living out of alignment, silencing our truth, when we talk about carrying unhealed wounds, those are things that hold us down, hold us back. When I use the word inflammation of the soul, that's what I'm talking about. Those things that become blockers, that become hurdles, things that hurt us internally, hurt us in a way that we have trouble figuring it out because it's not thought of in this perspective. When you talk about inflammation of the spirit, and let's talk about disconnection from source. Well, all of Western philosophy is based upon separation from God, i.e., religion. Now, I'm not talking necessarily about religion here, but most people equate God with a religion. So if everything is working to disconnect us there, why are we so surprised that we have inflammation, so to speak, of spirit? Why is it that we find it surprising that we feel empty or we've lost clarity? All of those things are inflammation of the spirit. So at Evolve Global 22, and what I'm talking about is the whole you. When you talk about the mind, the body, the soul, and the spirit, within the context of inflammation, there are signs that I just laid out for you regarding how you can tell. So let's sum it up, for example, on that. Inflammation is the language of the body, a message, not a malfunction. Our body gives us messages. The question is, do we have the information to know? And are we informed? And then are we awake enough and able to step out of our fear or whatever's holding us back to do something about it? Good inflammation is the white blood cell army rushing to protect you. Bad inflammation is the same army fighting a battle that doesn't exist. In today's world, inflammation doesn't just live in the body, it burns in the mind through overwhelm, in the soul through misalignment, and in the spirit through disconnection. I'm going to say that again. This summary is so important. Let's just listen to this one more time. In today's world, inflammation doesn't live in the body. It burns in the mind through overwhelm, in the soul through misalignment, and in the spirit through disconnection. Now, if you think about that for a moment, are we surprised that we have all of the chronic illness that we have all the mental health issues that we have people that are just struggling and hurting. And we're not talking about a small group of people. We're talking about masses of people. We hear it every day. We see it every day. Are we surprised? Conventional medicine treats symptoms. Holistic healing asks, why is the alarm ringing? When you calm your nervous system, nourish your body, release emotional pressure, listen to your soul, and reconnect with your spirit, the alarm quiets. The immune system stands down, the inflammation softens, and the body remembers how to heal. Healing is not about fighting your body, it's about creating alignment so your body no longer needs to cry out. Now, as we wrap this live stream up tonight was a short, quick one, but so important. When clients come to me, and what we do here at Evolve Global 22 is we address the mind, the body, the mind, the soul, and the spirit. So first, we address the whole person. We use energy medicine, Ayurveda medicine, and herbal medicine. When the first thing that we do when we work together is we do an Ayurvedic body assessment so that we know your dominant body constitution. And then we create a plan. And the plan includes every aspect that we just talked about. The plan includes things that are going to help your body, mind, soul, and spirit. And it includes helping you to it addresses lifestyle issues, lifestyle challenges. How are you living now? And what can we look at to change over time to be able to help you to have a lifestyle, not only eat in alignment with your body type, but live in a lifestyle that is in alignment with that. We use energy medicine to clear out all the debris, the chakra system and the meridian systems and all of the systems in your body, the energetic systems. We clear those out and we restore it with divine energy. We use herbal medicine to be able to, for you to have a defense system, to build up your defense system. Food is your medicine or can be your medicine. And God has put a cure for every disease. We just don't know. We're out of tune and out of touch, and we don't know what it is. We can't figure it out. We think it's all, hokey pokiness now. People want a pill. Pills do not solve the issues when you're talking about what we're facing in chronic illness. Pills mask. They don't solve the problem. So that gives you a little bit to know what we do here at Evolve Global 22 to deal with inflammation and many, many other issues. So that is our topic tonight. If anybody has any questions, you can, or comments, please type it in the chat now. But what I want to do now is I want to do our closing mantra. So again, hand over your heart, repeat after me. I honor my journey. I release what no longer serves me. I am energy. I am light. I am love. Together we heal. Together we evolve. And on that note, folks, my friends, I'm going to say good night. May many blessings, peace, love, and light shower you. Rewatch this video if you, this live stream in video form. So important. The perspective on inflammation of the soul and spirit is critical. And the information regarding acute and chronic inflammation, good and bad inflammation, and the silent one, which is the chronic one, that is plaguing humanity and causing many, if not all of the chronic illnesses that we see, including cancer. Think about it, and I will see you tomorrow night. Remember, this week in the US, Thursday is a holiday. We won't be on a live stream Thursday night. But I will be here tomorrow. And again, peace and light to all of you.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Happy Monday evening. It's Dr. Debbie with Evolve into Wholeness, Evolve Global 22's Healing Light Studio. Heal in your divine light, live in your power. Whew, it's been a cold day here in PA, and we have snow coming in a lot of places in our area. But we are here, and let's start right away with our opening mantra. Rise in light. I rise in truth. I breathe in healing. I walk in wholeness. I am perfectly imperfect, and I evolve through love, light, and purpose. And then we want to release all the debris and stuff from today or from the past, anything that's bothered us, anxiety, stress, emails, to-do lists, the hustle and bustle of everyday life. So let's do our breath work, our quick little breath work. This is something you can do every day, anytime you want. It's so good for stress relief, for releasing all the junk we accumulate throughout a day. And it gets oxygen to that brain and helps in your thinking, focus. And so let's get right into it. It's in through the nose, out through the mouth. Very simple. And we do the hand motion with the exhale. So we push it all out into the universe and to let it be destroyed. So let's go in through the nose, deep breath, and your belly should pop out. Push it all away. In through the nose. Let it all go. In through the nose. Push it all away. There we go. Now we are in the moment, present with purpose. Tonight is Monday. You know what Mondays are, mindful moments and micro learning, where we are exploring the science of the sacred, bridging global indigenous medicine systems and modern scientific principles. The topic tonight is the science of the sacred, chapter 3, the 3 ways we experience reality. We dive into chapter 3's exploration of how humans perceive truth through the physical senses, the mind's interpretations, and the spirit's deeper wisdom. We connect, aligning these layers to Evolve Global 22's power of 3, which is energy medicine, Ayurveda medicine, and herbal medicine. And this helps us to understand ourselves, our own healing from a whole new dimension. Now, welcome. Good evening again, all of you beautiful souls. Welcome back after a weekend. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. And we are going to explore this. Before we begin chapter 3, I would like to do a quick, hold on, I jumped ahead of myself here. Okay, let's go. I would like to review the introduction and chapters 1 and 2 just quickly, just so we can be reminded. So, the review of the introduction, remember, ancient wisdom meets modern science. Redverse shows us that the indigenous healing systems from around the world have always been grounded in observation, relationship, ecology, energy, land, spirit, and story. Modern science, microbiome research, epigenetics, physicians, circadian biology, stress biology is finally validating what indigenous healers always knew. Some key takeaways or introduction lessons were healing equals alignment, not symptom control. Health exists in relationship to land, spirit, community, meaning, and self. And indigenous systems represent the whole person, represent the whole person, um, and predates modern medicine by thousands of years. In chapter 1, entitled The Natural Physicist, indigenous healers were natural physicists, masters of observing seasons, cycles, vibration, movement, energy, sun, moon, and water cycles. Modern biophysics and quantum biology align perfectly with indigenous healing concepts based on resonance, balance, and frequency. Some key lessons from chapter 1 were everything is energy, everything vibrates, healing depends on rhythm and flow, and balance is natural law. Now, a quick review of chapter 2, the natural genesis. Chapter 2 shows that indigenous communities deeply understood heredity, lineage, trauma, resilience, and intergenerational knowledge long before the field of genetics or epigenetics existed. Ceremony, diet, story, behavior, and emotion passed down both strength and trauma. Some key lessons in chapter 2. Genes respond to the environment, emotion, behavior, and belief. Trauma and resilience echo through generations. Healing yourself heals what comes after you. Lineage wisdom is real, scientific, and spiritual. So let's just pause for a moment and just breathe a minute. These first 2 chapters prepare us for something deeper, understanding ourselves as whole ecosystems. So, tonight, my friends, is chapter 3, The Natural Biochemist. And chapter 3 opens with a profound quote that sets the tone for the entire chapter. And that quote is, "The knowledge of anything, since all things have causes, therefore in medicine we ought to know the causes of sickness and health." And that was by Avicenna, the Prince of Physicians. This reminds us that healing is not random. It has causes and pathways. Now, I want to take a moment and read aloud a simplified version because some of this book gets a little sciencey, and I just want us not to sit here like we're in a college class, but to just have a conversation and stick around to the end because I'm going to give you 3 things that you can do, 3 practices that you can do that will help you. And we're going to do it live right here. So, indigenous people were natural biochemists long before biochemistry existed. They learned how food, plants, water, air, and emotions changed the body. They noticed what helped people heal and what made them sick. They used teas, roots, berries, sweat lodges, fasting, and ceremonies to support the body's chemistry. Modern science now proves what they already understood. Our bodies are chemical ecosystems. Everything we eat, breathe, feel, or think shapes how we experience life. Let's say that again. Let it sink in. Everything we eat, breathe, feel, or think shapes how we experience life. Chapter 3, folks, reveals something powerful. The way we experience reality is biochemical, emotional, mental, environmental, and spiritual all at once. So here's the breakdown. Indigenous healers were natural biochemists. They observed how plants, foods, minerals, seasons, and emotions affected the body. Number 2, plants contain powerful chemical messengers. Teas, resins, roots, berries, poultices, every plant holds compounds that influence inflammation, stress, mood, digestion, immunity, and sleep. Number 3, remember, this is another important breakdown. Food is chemistry. Indigenous diets aligned with the seasons and the land, balancing hormones, immunity, and digestion. Number 4, emotions change chemistry. Stress raises cortisol, grief lowers immunity, joy elevates neurotransmitters, and peace stabilizes heart rhythm. The last important point that I want to, the last important breakdown I want to bring out is environment matters. Clean air, water, soil equals balanced chemistry. Pollutants equal chemical stress. Chapter 3 teaches us this. Healing happens when these systems work together, not separately. Now, let's talk about for a moment the 3 ways we experience reality. We experience reality in 3 ways. 1, through physical senses. 2, through the mind's interpretations. And 3, through the spirit's deeper wisdom. Let's break those 3 down. First, the 3 senses: body chemistry, sight, smell, touch, taste, sound, all depend on biochemical signaling. Now let's talk about number 2, through the mind, interpretation. The mind creates stories from past experiences, from beliefs, from trauma, from hope, from culture, from fear or clarity. The mind filters reality. Now, number 3, let's get this down. Through the spirit or knowing. Spirit perceives truth through alignment, intuition, resonance, inner knowing, energetic clarity. Spirit sees the big picture. When these 3 align, clarity, healing, and wholeness. So spirit sees the big picture when these 3 align: clarity, healing, and wholeness. Now let's just reflect a little bit. Think about this. Now, when this live stream is over and it's on my YouTube in the video section, these reflection questions and some of this information will be in the description. The reflection questions are really important. Which of the 3 layers, and you can answer in the chat if you would like to, or comment if you're if you see this through a video. Which of the three layers leads me most often? Senses, mind, or spirit? Think about that. Which of the three layers leads me most often? Senses, mind, or spirit? Now, for me, it's somewhere, but it's hard for me to choose one. I would say if it was quickly spontaneous, probably the mind and senses. Spirit takes more reflection for me and a little bit more time in a quiet, calmer space. How is it for you? Number 2, think about this reflection question. Where do I mistrust or misunderstand my own perceptions? Where do I mistrust or misunderstand my own perceptions? Sometimes I think we're all human, so it's likely very similar for all of us. I think sometimes we misunderstand our heart, how we feel about something, and then it changes it impacts our perception, either positively or negatively. It could be either way. Sometimes maybe we mistrust our intuition, that gut feeling, that feeling of knowing, but you ignore it. I think those two, I would say, are the most common ones I see in just human beings and that we all struggle with. Number 3, the third reflection question. What emotions change how I interpret reality? What emotions change how I interpret reality? For me, if I am angry, it changes a lot. If I am emotionally distraught, very, very upset about something, meaning emotionally, not necessarily angry, but sad, hurt, it changes how I interpret reality in that moment. That's why I have trained myself, actually, I trained myself. I don't get angry. And if something is that upsetting to me to make me emotionally distraught, in both of those cases, I exit the situation so that I can not have any kind of interaction or say anything or do anything in the moment. So, how is it for you? Number 4, the fourth reflection question. When do I feel my intuition the strongest? When do I feel my intuition the strongest? My intuition is the strongest very, very, very early in the morning when I first get up. How about you? And number 5, what would life feel like if all 3 layers aligned? What would life feel like if all the 3 layers that we talked about aligned? Now, when you ponder upon these reflection questions, let answers rise naturally. I just off the top of my head gave you some examples, some answers, based on my own experience and my work with others. Let yours arise naturally. Journal about it. Journaling is a wonderful thing. We're going to get into that one day. Now let's connect your healing system with Evolve Global's power of 3. Remember the power of 3? What are they? Energy medicine, Ayurveda medicine, and herbal medicine. So let's make a connection between Evolve Global 22's power of 3 to these 3 layers of human perception. So the human reality layer, let's talk about the first one, physical senses, chemistry. So in herbal medicine, plants can shift chemistry. Plants that shift chemistry, or plants shift chemistry. Either way you want to look at it. Let's talk about the physical senses in chemistry. I'm sorry, the mind and interpretation. The mind and interpretation. Ayurveda medicine, mental patterns plus lifestyle. That's the connection. Let's talk about spirit and deeper wisdom. Energy medicine is your biofield and intuition. So the connections between physical senses, chemistry is herbal medicine, plants that shift chemistry. Mind interpretation connects with Ayurveda, for example, mental patterns plus lifestyle. And spirit and deeper wisdom connects with energy medicine, our biofield, and intuition. This is the deeper meaning behind the power of three. It aligns how you feel, how you think, and how you know. This is whole person healing. So now let's talk about my little treat I'm going to do to you I'm going to demonstrate for you tonight. We are going to do, the first one is called herbal aroma activation of the senses. The purpose of this demonstration, of this practice, is to shift the body chemistry instantly through the power of scent. Now, how do I do this? I'm going to put my notes down. I have a bottle of lavender essential oil. I use essential oils. They're plant-based, and they chemically react with the body and do a lot of great things for your cell and all sorts of things in your body. So what you're going to do, if you can get lavender, or if you have any essential oil, lavender is a nice one. Don't go and get essential oil from Walmart. Get a quality essential oil. This is what I do. I do this on a daily basis. So with lavender, for example, I'm going to put a little bit in my hand. So I just put a little, and I'm going to rub my hands together. I do this breathing exercise, and I'm going to do it with my glasses on, but normally I wouldn't. But because I'm here and I need to see my notes and see you, I need to have my glasses on. But what I do is I put the oil in my hand, rub them together. Then I cup my hands. I put my hands over my nose and my mouth. And you know our 3 breaths? I take a deep breath in, hold it for 4 seconds. I'm sorry, I inhale for 4 seconds, hold it for 2 seconds, and then I exhale for 6 seconds. And then I repeat that as many times as I want. 3 to 5 cycles is minimum, but I do it as many times as I want. So it looks like this. And my mouth is closed when I inhale. And when I exhale, I take my hands off of my mouth and my nose so that I can exhale out. Okay, so it looks like this. So again, to review, I put the essential oil that I'm going to use. Tonight I'm using lavender. I put a little bit in my hand, drop or two, rub my hands together. I inhale through the nose. So I cup my hands over my nose, inhale through the nose for 4 seconds, hold it for 2, exhale for 6, and I repeat that cycle a minimum of 3 to 5 times. Now, let me say something about this. I'm going to tell you why it works, but before I say something, because I don't want you to take something like peppermint and just do a huge inhale. If you're going to inhale peppermint, which is good for headaches, migraines, stress relief, all of that, but especially headaches, because I used to have migraines and I used to use peppermint oil. Peppermint oil is very strong. The first time you use peppermint oil, you're probably going to cough. And if you take a deep breath, you're not going to be able to finish the breath because it's very, very strong. So go light at first. But let me tell you why this works. Aromatic molecules enter the brain's limbic system, the emotional center. The limbic system is the emotional center. And so the stress chemistry drops, calm, clarity, and emotional regulation increase, thought patterns shift, intuition strengthens as the nervous system quiets. Now, lavender is a great one to do this one with because it does exactly what that just said. And when I work with clients and we start getting into herbal remedies, a lot of essential oils and different herbs, there's different ones for certain things. So if you're struggling with a certain chronic illness, certain types of pain, certain symptoms, then there's different herbs and oils to use for different things. Lavender, you can use this anytime, all the time. It's good for so many things, physically, emotionally. It's calming, sleep, relaxation, etc. It's an uplift too, as well, even though it works well for sleep and calming. So the reality layers in your brain from doing this, the reality layers that we talked about, are activated when you do this practice. So the senses get direct stimulation, the mind gains calmer thoughts, and the spirit intuition opens. Now, you ready for the second one, the second demonstration? Now, I have one of my little travel mugs because I wanted this to stay hot while I was doing this live stream. So, digestive fire reset, clarity for the mind. Digestive fire reset, clarity for the mind. So the purpose of this is to stabilize digestion, to stabilize mental interpretation and emotional regulation. So what does that tell us? Digestion and emotional regulation is connected. No wonder children have such a difficult time regulating with the very, very poor diets that most have and the amounts of sugar that their poor little bodies consume. Think about that. But anyways, back to this. So how do we do this? What I have here is I have a tea bag of ginger tea. Now, I mix a lot of my teas, but if I do buy tea, because I get lazy sometimes, I like Yogi. I love Yogi teas. That's my most favorite brand of herbal teas. So this is ginger tea. And what we want to do is, okay, so I'm holding the ginger tea. I'm going to I'm going to use my right hand over my belly. I'm going to take slow belly breaths. So it's like your belly pops out. That's why your hand's on your belly, so you can feel it. And in, out and in. Not fast, but not really, really slow either. It's slow, but not like ultra slow. So you just like a little slower than your regular breathing. So belly breaths. And you want to keep your mouth open for this. It's easier to do for me. That's my opinion. And as you do that, sip the ginger tea, or you can do it with just hot water if you prefer, just as good at the same time. So you're doing the belly breath, so you're not like breathing deep in through your mouth. You're doing like that. Belly breath and just sip the tea. I'll tell you what I feel in a minute. And you can see my breathing from here, right? So let me show you again. Okay, now you repeat that for 1 or 2 minutes. Why this works. Warm increases digestive blood flow. So the ginger is a warm herb. Hot water obviously is warm, right? Ginger is a herb that activates enzymes in metabolism. So the warmth increases your digestive blood flow, and the ginger activates enzymes and metabolism. The vagus nerve, which is the major nerve of your body, the vagus nerve calms and anxiety reduces. When I did that, I felt the warmth go through my body, and it immediately gave me a sense of calm, despite the fact that I'm here in front of all of you. I just felt immediate warmth and comfort. And then it improves digestion. Ginger improves digestion. Drinking warm or hot water improves digestion, which improved digestion equals clearer thinking. Emotional digestion improves. So when you do this practice, your emotional digestion of things that are coming at you improves. So the reality layers that were activated by this practice, the senses with warmth, the mind with clear thoughts, and the spirit with grounded clarity. Now, the last one I'm going to demonstrate for you is called a palm sweep release. This is clearing for your spirit. So the purpose is we remove heavy emotional or energetic buildup from the field. So how do we do this? So you take your hands. First of all, you want to make sure you're calm, you're present, you're mentally not drifting all over the place. You lift your hands to the top of your head and you sweep down your entire body. And as you sweep down your entire body, you exhale. Okay, so you're just breathing. So you sweep down your entire body. Let's do it again. And we're letting our hands release stress downward. Now you can do this standing. I'm doing this seated because I'm here with you. Top of your head. Take a breath. Sweep your hands down over your body, releasing and exhaling as you go down. And you want to do it kind of slowly. Just let it go. Just let it sweep all down, releasing everything. You repeat that. Do that when you're stressed. It's phenomenal. Repeat that 3 to 7 times. Why does this work? Try it when you're stressed. It's amazing. Why does this work? It activates the parasympathetic nervous system. It lowers cortisol, clears emotional stagnation, restores energetic alignment, and opens intuitive channels. What reality layers of ours are activated? The senses. There's a physical relief. When you put movement to something and touch, and you're breathing out, and you're sending your energy, you're sending that stress energy out, down, out. Mind, stress reduces. Spirit, increased intuition and clarity. When you get rid of all that junk, your stress level goes down, your intuition rises, and your clarity becomes better. So let's do a little closing summary. Tonight, we connected indigenous biochemistry, human perception, modern science, and your evolved global 22 power of 3. We explored 3 ways we experience reality through the senses, the mind, and the spirit, and learned how aligning these can shift our healing from one-dimensional to multidimensional. This, my friends, is the essence of healing. This is the essence of wholeness. And to be quite honest, I haven't heard anybody say that in that way anywhere. It's said in different ways, in different places, components of it, but I have not found anybody who put this together in this way. So let's say this again so we make sure we got it. We explored 3 ways we experience reality through the senses, the mind, and the spirit. And we learned how aligning these can shift our healing from one-dimensional to multidimensional. This is the essence of healing. This is the essence of wholeness. And then, of course, we learned 3 practices. We learned the herbal aroma activation. I did it with lavender. We learned the digestive fire reset. I did it with a cup of ginger tea. You can do it just with hot water, just as good. And then we learned the palm sweep release clearing for the spirit. Now, I highly recommend that after listening tonight, you go back and listen to this again. And you can and look at those practices. Look at the rationale. Look at what we learned, the rationale behind it, and look at these practices. Incorporate one of these practices tomorrow or the next day. And you know what the great thing is you can't do it wrong. It just gets better and better and better as you practice. So now I have a final affirmation I want to leave with you tonight. Now you can connect with me anytime. Go to my website, www.evolveglobal22usa.com. My contact information is there and all over social media. You can reach out to me via SMS, email, any way you like, in a video, comment on YouTube. However you want to reach out to me to connect, you can connect. We can talk about and I can answer questions. I will help you as much as I can. But our closing final affirmation, hand on the heart. We didn't do our heart connection tonight either. I always forget one when I go. I always forget something when I get excited about a topic. Repeat after me. My senses are clear. My mind is centered. My spirit is aligned. Truth flows through me from every direction. I walk in wholeness, clarity, and healing. I am complete. I am whole. I am light. And on that note, that was chapter 3 of our book, The Science of the Sacred. I leave you with this tonight. The affirmation, you can use that affirmation anytime. Just come back to the video, look at the description. I'll have everything in there for you. So you all take care. I wish you the best, most peaceful week ahead. I wish you to be blessed endlessly with divine light. And I will see you tomorrow night right here on our live stream YouTube TV at 8 p.m. EST. Peace and light. Many, 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 many blessings and much love to you. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for being here with me in this moment.
Take you on a ride, boy.
Hello, everybody. This is Dr. Debbie with Evolve Global 22, Evolve into Wholeness. This is Evolve 22's Healing Light Studio, where we come to you every weeknight, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, to talk about healing, health, and wellness. And I support you in your journey. So as you know, if you have been, by the way, new intro tonight, changed a little things around. Evolve Global is evolving just like we as individuals are evolving. It is amazing what happens when you enter a journey and you keep walking into the light. I have had so many inquiries in the past 2 weeks regarding adults servicing families, children, and we at Evolve Global 22 are now shifting a little bit to make it more clear that we offer support and wraparound services for generational healing. I've worked with hundreds of families and children and adults over the years in various capacities. I've worked with another hundreds of children, families, and adults regarding healing, health, and wellness. And it is just coming together. And I first and foremost want to express my gratitude for all of my supporters, all of my clients. I learn as much from them as they do from me. So amazing things are happening. Check out our website, www.evolveglobal22usa.com. Everything is updated there. Everything is clarified there. And you can see our mission, our vision. This is a global movement. I am on a mission to help all people in various stages of their lives to achieve optimal healing, health, and wellness, and transform and build to the greatest optimal potential and live the best, absolutely best, exceptional lives possible. So this live stream that comes to you every weeknight, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Mondays we talk about mindful moments and micro learning. We are now working through and exploring the book, The Science of the Sacred, Bridging Global Indigenous Medicine Systems and Modern Scientific Principles. I do this because knowledge is power. And I know that so many people don't have time to go out and read book after book after book. So we break it down and we talk about it here. Tuesdays tonight is Healing in Real Life. So let's talk about what we have coming tonight. Tonight, I'll get my notes. First, peace and light to all of you. Peace and light, blessings, love to all of you. Welcome to EG22's Healing Light Studio, where healing isn't complicated, it's aligned. Tonight, we are diving into something that affects every single one of us, whether we are adults, children, families of 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, whatever it may be. 5 invisible stressors keeping us exhausted, even when we think we are fine. We touched on this a little bit last week, and we're going in big time this week. And stick around to the end, or throughout this live stream, because I have for you, for each of the 5 that we're going to discuss, we also have 5 quick resets that you could start doing tomorrow. I'm going to teach you how to do those. But before we get started on our topic tonight, let's take a few moments. Let's release all of the stuff from today, last week, the last few moments, all the conversations, negativity, anxiety, stress, to-do lists, emails, everything that we have been running after all day long. Let's just do our breath work. The simple thing that you can start doing and you should start doing right away is a breath inhale through your nose, slowly exhale through your mouth. And when you exhale, you push it away, push everything out into the universe for it to be destroyed. So let's do this. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Push everything away. In through the nose, out through the mouth, push everything away. One more time. In through the nose, out through the mouth, and push everything away. Now let's put our hand over our heart. Let's do our heart connection. This is where we connect with the creator of all that is, ourselves. The heart is the seat of God. The heart is the seat of our creator. This is where we connect with the one creator of all that is. We connect with ourselves, the universe, and everything, so that we can be settled, connected, cleared, and at peace. So what I want you to do is put your hand over your heart, and when your inner voice, I connect with my heart. Let's take a moment. I connect with my heart. Just keep your breath slow and steady. Very good. Now, our topic for tonight, let's get right into it. As I said, we are talking about the 5 invisible stressors keeping you exhausted, even when you think you're fine. Now, these are not big dramatic stressors. These are the quiet drains, the subtle leaks, the energetic frictions that slowly wear down your mind, body, soul, emotions, spirit. And when you understand these 5 stressors and how to interrupt them, your energy changes, your clarity shifts, and your whole system starts to come back into balance. Tonight, I'm going to give you a full breakdown of each stressor, plus brand new powerful resets you can do in under 60 to 90 seconds. So let's begin. The first one, and we talked about this a little bit last week, and you're going to hear me say this over and over again. This is a big one that's a huge issue to our body, mind, soul, and spirit, and every aspect of our being. Silent inflammation. This is the hidden physical stress most people miss. It's not the high fever kind. It's the slow burning kind that builds quietly. Bloating, gut imbalance, tightness in the abdomen, sugar crashes, headaches, internal heat, brain fog, and weight around your midsection. It drains your energy all day because your body is constantly trying to cool itself, regulate itself, and heal itself. So now that you know the first one, number 1, let's talk about a new reset that you can do. It's called cooling breath and gut reset press. Why this works. So this is the cooling breath plus gut reset press. Why this works. Cooling breath lowers internal heat and reduces inflammatory tension. The gut press releases stuck fascia, trapped air, and digestive tightness. Together, they shift the body into parasympathetic rest plus digest mode. So how do we do it? Now let's take this slowly. First of all, the cooling breath. And there's different ways to do this, but how I do this is you purse the lips, which means your teeth are closed, your teeth are clenched, not clenched hard, but closed. And you purse your lips like this, and you leave a little hole like you're going to whistle, like you're going to breathe through it. So if you breathe in, you're going to hear like a little whistle. Now, when you purse your lips, you inhale through that cool tunnel. You're creating a cool tunnel with your mouth. You do it slowly and deeply, and then you exhale through the nose, and then you repeat that 5 to 7 times. So let's try this. close your teeth, clench your teeth a little bit. Don't clench them, but close them. Purse your lips like this. Leave a little bit of space so a breath you can inhale. And you're going to inhale and you're going to hear kind of like the whistle or the sound. Slow and deep. Let's do this together one time. And when you exhale through the nose. Let's do that again. So it's purse your lips, your teeth are closed and together. You inhale through your mouth, through that tunnel, slow and deep, and your belly should come out, and you exhale through the nose. Let's do this again. So purse your lips, close your teeth, purse your lips. Now inhale. We're going to inhale through that tunnel that you created with your mouth. Exhale through the nose. You do the deepest breath you can possibly take. One more time, just so I can demonstrate it for you. Close your teeth, purse your lips, leave a little bit of an opening, and you're going to inhale through that little tunnel, slow and deep, and exhale through your nose. You ready? Now, when you do this, you should repeat it 5 to 7 times. And this breath cools internal heat, slows inflammation, and calms digestion. Now, the gut reset press. So what you do is you place your palm on your lower belly. You press inward with your palm and slightly upward. Take a slow breath in. Breathe out into your hand. Hold the pressure for a moment. Release. And you would repeat this 3 to 5 times. So we're going to place our hand on our belly. Gently push inward and slightly upward. Take a slow breath in. Hold it. You feel the pressure. Now, when you breathe out, you're breathing out into your hand. You should feel it in your hand. You repeat that 3 to 5 times. Let's try that again. Hand on your belly. Push inward and slightly upward. Take a slow breath in. Hold the pressure. Release. And make sure you're releasing into your hand. This clears stagnation and restores digestive flow. It's also sometimes easier to do that when you're standing up. You can try it when you're standing up first, or do it when you're sitting down. Now, the second silent, invisible stressor is emotional residue. These are the emotions that are never processed. Emotions like hurt, grief, guilt, anger, resentment, fear, and disappointment. Now, just because we don't talk about it doesn't mean your nervous system isn't holding it. This is why people feel heavy, sensitive, irritable, or stuck, even when nothing big happened. Are you ready for the reset for this one? This is called the heart drum release. Why this works. Tapping vibrates emotional stagnation out of the fascia. It opens the chest, heart, center, and lungs. It calms the vagus nerve and increases emotional circulation. So let's do this together. So you want to soft, loose fists with your hands. Don't make them really tight, just loose, soft, loose fists. And I'm going to do this with one hand. You want to tap gently in a circle from your collarbone around your upper chest, your heart area. So it goes collarbone, heart area. You want to do your ribs, your sternum, and back to your collarbone. So it's a circle. And we're going to tap in a rhythm along with sort of like the heartbeat, right? And as we do this, we're going to inhale through the nose and exhale with a sigh. So let's try this together. Loose fist. And I'm inhaling at the same time through the nose and exhaling through the mouth. With a sigh. I'm sorry, I didn't do the sigh yet, but inhale through the nose. So it's a circle. You start with your collarbone, go to the heart, in a circle, go down into your ribs, the sternum. Okay, so this is the pattern, and you want to do it in a kind of like a tap in a rhythm. So let's get the tap first. I'm having trouble following my notes and doing this. So let's do this. And don't worry if you miss a spot or you don't know if you're doing it right. Just remember the collarbone, the heart, the ribs, the sternum, and back to the collarbone. Okay, so you're doing a big circle and you're getting this whole area. So let's get the tap first in a rhythm. I'm going along with sort of like the heartbeat. Ready? It's easier actually probably to do it with two hands, okay? So you can go like this. When you get to this side, yeah, that works better. I do it different ways, so. Okay, now don't hurt yourself. This should be light, gentle taps. And now remember, when we do that, we in through the nose, we inhale through the nose, and we exhale with a sigh. So let's add that. Ready? Get those ribs. Get the sternum. Okay, do you have the idea? So this breaks up emotional residue and opens up space for clarity. Okay, try it. Number 3, overstimulation. Your brain was not built for endless notifications, scrolling, background noise, bright screens, constant multitasking, or visually busy spaces. We live in an overstimulated world. This is so important for kids, but the nervous system never evolved for the level of input that we experience. That's why people feel overwhelmed and without knowing why. You ready for the reset for this one? Why this works. This is called a second sensory detox. So Why this works: covers the ears, reduces sensory load. Humming, you're going to understand this once I tell you how we're going to do it. Vibrates the skull, calms the brain. Vibration activates the vagus nerve and brings the body into regulation. Now, how you do the second sensory detox: you close your eyes. I'm going to leave my eyes open so that I can see and speak to you. You would close your eyes. You lightly place your fingers over your ears like this. Don't push, just place them gently over your ears. And then you hum a long, steady M sound. Like that, okay? And you feel the vibration move through your jaw, your face, and your skull. Continue that for 60 to 90 seconds. Then you open your eyes and take a slow inhale and exhale. So let's try this. Now you would hold it for you would do that for 60 to 90 seconds, and you can repeat it as much as you want. Let me demonstrate it one more time. So you lightly put your hands over your ears, no pressure. You hum a long, steady sound. Feel the vibration through your jaw, face, and skull. Continue it for 60 or 90 seconds. Open your eyes and take a slow inhale and exhale. So I'm going to do it one more time to demonstrate. This detoxes the brain from sensory overload almost instantly. I feel lighter. I feel lighter in my whole upper body. You ready for number 4, the next silent stressor? Decision fatigue. Decision fatigue happens when your brain reaches its limit. You decide all day what to eat, what to respond to, what to prioritize, what to ignore, how to problem solve, what your children need, work demands, family needs. By noon, your mental battery is fried. So let's talk about a mind unload matrix. So why this works: it's visual sorting calms the brain, categorization clears mental clutter, and I can't say that tonight. Prioritization, there we go, prioritization, it's been a long day, reduces overwhelm instantly. How to do it: so get a piece of paper and you draw a big plus sign on the piece of paper. So you're going to have 4 quadrants, right? You label them. Quadrant 1, must do. Quadrant 2, should do. Quadrant 3, want to do. Quadrant 4, let go. Fill in 3 to 5 items in each box. Circle one task to actually do today. This stops decision overload and gives your brain release. So again, you take a piece of paper and you're going to draw a big plus sign. So you're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 quadrants. You're going to label them. One quadrant is must do. The next one is should do. The third one is want to do. The fourth one is let go. You're going to fill in 3 to 5 items in each of the quadrants, each of the boxes. Circle one task to actually do today. This stops decision overload and gives your brain release. Are you ready for the 5th and last stressor? Spiritual disconnection. I've talked about this one a lot. This is the exhaustion no supplement or nap can fix. This is when you're unaligned, disconnected from purpose, ignoring intuition, spiritually drained, out of your emotional truth, feeling unrooted. When the soul disconnects, everything feels heavier. So now the reset for this one, soul recall breath. Why this works. When you put your hand to the heart, you reconnect with your emotional truth. When you put your hand to your forehead, it reconnects intuition and clarity. Breath calls back scattered energy. Affirmation re-anchors the spirit. So let's talk about how to do this. So we put one hand on the heart and one hand on the forehead. We inhale slowly through the nose. Then when we exhale, we whisper, I call my spirit home. Are you ready? Inhale through the nose. And on your exhale, I call my spirit home. Inhale through the nose. On the exhale, I call my spirit home. Inhale and inhale deeply. Inhale through the nose. Exhale, I call my spirit home. You repeat that for 6 or 7 breaths. Feel the energy returning to your center. This brings back your energy from everywhere it scattered today. My friends, tonight's live stream is a very short one, about a half an hour. Sometimes I do a half an hour, sometimes we do an hour. My closing message is this. You are not exhausted because you're weak. You are exhausted because your system is working overtime in ways you cannot see. These invisible stressors, inflammation, emotional residue, overstimulation, decision fatigue, and spiritual disconnection drain even the strongest of people. But now you have resets for each one of those. You have tools, you have clarity, and with alignment, you can take your energy and your power back. Now for the affirmation that goes along with tonight's live stream. I call my energy back. I release what drains me. I return to my light. I am healing. I am whole. I am guided. And when you say an affirmation, say it like you mean it. Believe it. Say it like you mean it. I call my energy back. I release what drains me. I return to my light. I am healing. I am whole. I am guided. And with that, my friends, we are going to call it a night. I hope that you found this live stream tonight topic beneficial for you. I think it would be beneficial for everybody. I hope that you take the resets for each of our 5 stressors, each of our 5 silent, invisible stressors, and start doing those tomorrow. Don't worry about doing them perfectly. Just start. And as you practice and as you do them, listen to this video and take one at a time and just practice, and you will be fine. You will be able to do it very, very well over time. It's not about being perfect. It's about starting, and then you strive to get better and better at the practices that you learn. It's very hard for me sometimes when I come on and I have to explain each of these and demonstrate them, because when I do them, I just do them naturally. And sometimes maybe I don't, I miss a part, I miss a point, and that's okay. Because at the end of the day, you still get the benefit. And when you correct it, when you keep working at it, you just get better and better at what you do. So it happens to all of us. It happens to every single one of us. With that, I send you all the love, peace, blessings, and I wish you the very best for the rest of your evening, the rest of your night, the rest of your day, and the rest of this week. Bye-bye, y'all. Take care.